First thing on our agenda, just to let you know that we will be canceling one thing on the agenda today, the 11:15. Consideration of penalties has been withdrawn at this time, waiting on further information. So that'll be crossed off. Okay, so with that, we have the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes for the consent agenda. So now that we've taken up 1 minute at a time, we have about 4 minutes until Clarion comes on. So
Darcy's on.
she's there, so we can get going.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, Darcy.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing well, thanks. How are you all?
We're good. We're good. We see some sunshine out your window. That's not quite what we have here right now, so a little jealous. But
it's on its way here, no worries.
So we have an update on the land use plan.
We do. You want me to go ahead and dive in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me share my screen and we will go from there. See that okay?
No.
All right.
There we go.
Okay. So we have a pretty quick update today since I'll be in town next week and we've got our public meetings, but just wanted to give you guys a bit of a status check since it's been a little bit since we did one of our updates. So the good news is that, here we are just about a year to the day from when we kicked off the project last year, and we're on the home stretch. So the public draft was released last week, and we're going to talk today about some of the plans to get us over the finish line. So in terms of the draft, as you all know, we released.
Excuse me, Darcy, just a second. We're seeing all the slides at once right now. Did you want to put up one at a time, or?
It's showing your slide sorter, Darcy. I don't think it's showing like
There.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
You good now?
there we go.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right. So in terms of the draft, we released the public draft last Monday. And as you all know, we had released an internal draft back in December. So that went through a full vetting process with the board, planning commission, our LUPAC, our technical working group. So we made substantial refinements and changes based on the feedback we got. That was a very productive process. And I think we got a lot of solid feedback to really strengthen the draft. So we feel good about where we've landed. We're looking forward to getting input from the community and kind of see how this plays out in terms of, kind of the broader perspective. So I'll talk a little bit more about kind of the input process, but just want folks to know that, we wanted to get the draft out before the meetings so that people had a chance to take a look at it and, kind of get familiar with the sections that were most relevant to their, particular area or issues, that they wanted to make sure were addressed and kind of see how the plan shook out in those areas. And also that we wanted to make sure that the comment window is open for an extended period of time. So the comment window will close on March 10th, and then I'll talk a little bit about the various ways that folks can, kind of review the document as well as provide feedback for consideration. Just to kind of briefly orient folks, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this today, since that's what we're going to cover next week in the public meetings, but there are 5 different chapters in the plan. Each has a specific focus, and then also the appendices have a lot of the supporting information that I know a lot of folks were interested in terms of, additional detail on demographics and some of the housing projections and, those types of things, as well as links to the public input summaries. And, one thing to note is that as you all know, we had extensive public feedback throughout the process. We've documented all of that feedback, and those reports have been available as we complete them. So we have links to those in the document, but we have not included them, kind of as part of the plan itself, because it would add hundreds of pages to the document. So just be aware that if you're interested in those details, you'll need to track those links down on the website, and you can look at those results in their complete form. The other thing I wanted to make sure that folks were aware of as they're starting to get familiar with the document and, kind of get their head into the recommendations is that there's really 2 tiers of policy guidance in this plan. And that's similar to what you had in 1998. You had countywide goals and policy direction, and then you also had your planning area policy statements. That structure has been carried forward. And so, it's important to know that, there are issues that were relevant no matter who we talked to and where we had those conversations. So, for example, we heard a lot about protecting ag lands. We heard a lot about protecting wildlife, at a high level. Excuse me. So we've addressed those issues at a countywide level in chapter 2 and 3 in terms of kind of the overall growth framework and how those issues play out in terms of, where and how the county will grow. But we also have more detailed or different guidance in the planning area sections. And so folks really need to be aware that if you see something, that concerns you in the countywide section, be sure and look at what's said about those issues in your particular planning area and kind of think about it in context. And so there are some issues that are addressed more generally there, and then they're not addressed at all in the planning area section. So following the plan's adoption, these 2 things would be used in tandem. So it's really important to know that, higher level on the countywide perspective, where we heard a desire for more detailed guidance or specific recommendations, we've included those in chapter 4. So just something to be aware of as folks are looking at the plan. As far as input opportunities, there are a lot of different ways for folks to look at the draft, and we want to encourage, broad, participation in this stage of the process, because this is really where the rubber meets the road. Folks have really been clamoring for the specific recommendations. We've got them here. We want to make sure we get that feedback. So next week, rather than doing kind of a all around the county approach, Joy had a great suggestion to let's kind of stay in a couple of places and be available throughout the day, have multiple presentations so folks can really choose the option that works best for them. We'll be in Powell on Tuesday and Cody on Wednesday, and we're going to be there all day and part of the night, and really just be available for folks to come in and ask questions about their particular concerns, their area. We are going to do formal presentations at 9 a.m., noon, and 6 p.m. So again, want to make sure we give folks as many options as possible. So we really encourage folks to come by. If you, have questions that you're, want to have a chance to just talk one-on-one with us, probably best to stop by, at kind of one of those off hours. But if you just want to hear an overview and maybe get oriented, maybe stop by during one of those presentation times. We do have the document posted online. There's a tool that we use called Conveo, which allows folks to actually comment directly on the draft. As of this morning, we've had almost 900 views of the document. So people that have actually checked out the link and at least kind of gotten familiar with it. There is a kind of a guided tour. You can go through and read a little bit about each of those chapters and maybe decide which ones you want to drill down in on. But you do have the ability to comment online that way. And you can also download a full draft of the plan. And then we also have a separate map portal that Brian and Maddie at TO had created. And this is a way for folks to review and comment on the actual land use plan map. And so as a quick reminder, the 1998 plan really relied specifically on, kind of the suitability we've added an additional kind of policy guidance in this draft, which looks at future land use. And so that is something that folks can view, zoom in on, to their particular area, their particular parcel, and try to get some, a sense of what the plan says about those different areas. So another way for folks to weigh in, and something we really want to get feedback on. And then wanted to also just really emphasize that because this stage of the process is so important, that folks know that there's been a lot of outreach in terms of just getting the word out for these opportunities, newspaper ads, radio interviews. The county sent out over 6,000 postcards this time around based on feedback that we heard. And then we've also continued to add to our e-blast subscribers. The last blast that went out last week with the draft, 566 folks are getting those updates. So we're hoping that we'll get a good turnout next week, and a lot of feedback through this process over the next few weeks. And then in terms of next steps from there, our plan is we will have our final LUPAC meeting next Monday. That will be a virtual meeting. They'll be there in person with you all. And then, as I mentioned, the public comment period will end on March 10th. So that will be when, we go through, we're working with staff and the board to really look at the comments that have come in, deciding, kind of what the recommendation will be for the adoption draft, and documenting all of those responses for the public. We will be working towards that adoption draft, getting it back to staff at the beginning of April, and having that draft posted and advertised by April 10th. And so one of the things to be aware of for the folks who are listening is that there are notification requirements, obviously, that we need to comply with in terms of getting our meetings scheduled. So we have a 30-day notice before the P&Z hearing, and then 45 days before the Board of County Commissioners hearing. So we've got tentatively a May date for Planning and Zoning Commission, and then looking at July, early July for the Board of County Commissioners hearing. And that's really driven by those for those notification dates. So that is all I have today, but I'm happy to answer questions or go back to anything if you wish.
Darcy, one thing I wanted to maybe clear up a little bit. This plan is a planning document. There are no new regulations or any of that are in this document at this time. They are what we heard from the public on areas of concern and places that we might look at regulations or policies in the future, but that is the next step after the plan is adopted. It is just a guiding document at this time, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any other comments, concerns?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week.
Sounds great. Take care.
Thank you,
Okay,
Darcy.
thanks.
Recording stopped.
Okay, I guess we'll wait for Kim for a few minutes.
Why were you needing 2 hearings to the commissioners?
That's the process that's required, not We're ready when you are. This is a
Okay.
public hearing, so
Sure.
we should be good.
Okay, good. And Jenny will be in just a couple minutes.
But we can wait if you want to. You know, we're ahead of
I
schedule.
can go ahead and get started if
Okay.
if you don't mind. So, Madam Chair, this is the proposal is Meadowflower to minor subdivision. And this is for your consideration, approval of the final plat, the subdivision agreement and the bond. And so when we get there, should you find it appropriate, we'd ask that you have a motion, 3 motions, one for the final plat, one for the SIA, and then one for the bond. And Jenny's handing me right now a copy of the actual bond agreement, and I apologize for not getting to that to you sooner. But we hope just one resolution should you decide to approve that. So the applicant for this property, for this application is Bluebell Properties. This property is in a GRP zoning district. The planning area is PAL. We did receive a final plat application in August of 2021, including payment final plat. Then a revised final plat was received December of last year. So the improvement requirements complicated and delayed the finalization of this final plat. And there were also some delays in responses from utilities and regarding cost estimates and adjustments. So there has been some delay. That is the reason for us getting to this to you now. So the applicant does request approval of this final plat. It will be a 5-lot minor. One lot will be 9.33 acres. One lot will be 7.62 acres. One lot will be 9.34 acres. One will be 7.29 acres. Excuse me, and one lot will be 3.7 acres. All for residential and or agriculture use. The applicant also requests the board approve the subdivision improvements agreement and the bond. A draft subdivision improvements agreement was received January of this year. County Attorney's Office requested some minor changes to the agreement, and then the County Attorney's Office granted approval on January 25th. The bond is from Merchants National Bonding Company, authorized to do business in the state of Wyoming, and that bond has been approved by the County Attorney's Office. This is a minor subdivision. Ownership, as I mentioned, is Bluebell Properties. You see, Madam Chair, you see a copy of the final plat in Figure 1. The location of this property is approximately just over 2 miles east of Powell. It's on the north side of County Lane 8.5. As I mentioned, this is in the GRP zoning district. The proposed lot sizes are consistent with that district. In terms of neighboring land use, we show that in Figure 3, and their residential uses to primarily residential to the south, and then ag uses on the west, north, and east side of the property boundary. There is a subdivision that is the Flores simple subdivision, which is just essentially to the south of this. Actually, the Flores has this proposed subdivision on its west side, its north side, and its east side. And then on the south side of County Lane 8.5, there are 3 subdivisions: Trinity, Christie Lake Major, and Onstein subdivision, which divided lot 2 of the Christie Lake Major subdivision. So essentially subdivisions to the south, otherwise mostly agriculture around this proposed subdivision. This property is currently vacant. It's irrigated land, and that topography is shown in Figure 4. Topography is relatively flat. However, proposed lot 5 does exist at a higher elevation than the other 4 proposed lots. This property is not within a mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. Of course, this is a final plat review, so a public hearing is not required. We've not received any public comments regarding the subdivision. The Board of County Commissioners reviewed and approved the sketch plan of this subdivision in June of 2021. So that has been a while ago. There were some conditions listed in Resolution 2021-28. We have those on page 7, and I will just briefly summarize some of those. So the second condition from the Board of County Commissioners back in 2021 was the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. That condition has been met, so that is on the final plat. The third condition was a draft homeowners association agreement talking about road maintenance and snow removal. That being submitted to us prior to final plat review, that condition has been met. The fourth condition was a subdivision road name being approved. That condition has been met. The road is named Lavender Road. Number 5 was the applicant shall provide a subdivision improvements agreement to us, to the planning office prior to improvements being begun, and prior to today, that condition has been met. The 6th condition was the applicant shall submit from the Shoshone Irrigation District approval of the water distribution plan. That condition has been met. The 7th condition was a note on the final plat regarding water wells. That condition has been met. Plat review committee staff met with the applicant on February of last year, in March of last year, and in August of last year to make a number of revisions to the final plat. Then we did have a committee that met that include the applicant representative and staff from our department, the assessor's office, clerk's office, and public works. We met over several days, several weeks last year. And then comments were submitted on November 22nd of last year. There were some corrections and changes. And then we received the revised final plat on December 6th. And that's the plat you have that you see in figure 1. Madam Chair, so again, if you decide to approve this, we recommend that you do 3 motions, 1 for the final plat, 1 for the SIA, 1 for the bond, and but 1 resolution. And if you don't mind, I'd like to read the conditions that we recommend, and we do recommend that you approve all of these things. Our first recommended condition is the applicant shall ensure that all parties sign the subdivision bond accordingly. Number 2 is the applicant shall timely submit a Mylar copy of the final plat to the Planning and Zoning Department to be signed by the chairman of the board. Number 3, upon meeting the above conditions, the applicant, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record all required final plat submissions, including but not limited to the final plat, the SIA, and the subdivision bond in the office of the county clerk and recorder. Number 4 is upon timely completion of the required improvements according to the terms of the SIA, the applicant shall 1, provide a letter from each utility provider or special district indicating that the required improvements are installed in accordance with the approved plans for review and approval by the county engineer. 2, provide evidence that the county engineer has approved the completion of Lavender Road. And 3, provide evidence that mailboxes and any other required improvements are complete. Number 4, provide a commitment letter from a title company stating that the improvements are free of liens and encumbrances. And 5, submit a letter to the planning and zoning director requesting complete release of the subdivision bond. And then our 5th recommended condition is the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development standards and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 185306. And we're happy to answer questions, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Kim, just a matter of procedure. Does the bond SIA, does the bond need to be approved first and the SIA and then the final plat, or?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Livingston, I don't know that it matters. I do not know. I apologize if the order matters.
Madam Chair, also the conditions, for instance, if we're approving the bond, that would be just condition 1. And if we're the conditions on the SIA, that'd be just condition 4, or can we put all 5 conditions on the plat? How does that work? So
my understanding is that all these conditions would be in regard to the final plat.
Okay.
But as you mentioned, yeah, some really relate to the SIA and the bond also.
right.
Yeah. But yeah, we recommend these 5 conditions being that resolution that really encompasses the 3 together.
Recording of the plat. Okay. Any other questions from the commissioners?
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
question, in condition 1, specify what are all the parties? I think I know the answer, but I just want to know what the purpose of this. I mean, a bond is not a bond without signature, so there's only one, I'm looking at it, and you have one principal, and so what is condition 1 for? What's the purpose of it?
I think it's
Ensure that
just
all
because they
parties sign.
haven't, I think it's just because they haven't signed it, and in order for it to be a bond, exactly, it's gotta be signed and executed, so I think it's just.
Some bonds require 3 or 4 signatures on the same, and having different notaries and all that stuff. Every bond is different,
Okay,
so it
Yeah.
probably just covers
Just a
basic
format.
bond.
Well, if it's Bluebell property, we don't know how many signatures are required
Right.
because it's a
Mhm.
corporation,
Sure.
so. Okay. Any other questions?
That's right. So here's.
Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the subdivision bond.
Do I have a second?
second,
Been moved and seconded to approve the subdivision bond. Any further discussion?
they're all covered as a condition.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Continue.
Madam Chair, I move to approve this subdivision improvement agreement.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the subdivision improvement agreement. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the Meadow Flower MS 50 final plat with conditions listed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Meadow Flowers minor subdivision 50 final plat. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. And
Resolution 2023-10.
thank you. Okay,
Thank you, commissioners.
thank you.
I want to ask what that was all about. I mean, all 3 of these were a condition, so I don't understand what the purpose, why are we making it complicated?
I know on the others, I'm not sure about approving the bond, but I know on the others, the county attorney has advised us to always approve the special or the subdivision improvements agreement separately from the plat. He wants 2 different motions so that it's known that there's a subdivision improvement agreement. I understand what it says on the conditions, but that's what
According
he's
to the
called.
terms and conditions of subdivision agreement.
Right,
Well, and I think the other part is now you require that each document be recorded separately, and then that each of those recording document numbers get written on the plat. See, and we never used to do that. That's all, yeah, that with the SIAs, we would in play and stuff now. Requiring it as well. And what's
Okay.
ever been.
Makes your job a lot easier then, what you're saying?
No.
Yeah,
we're not in the habit of making jobs easy.
I know, that's,
Once the attorneys get involved. We have a few minutes. Kim, I'm assuming is getting it. Yeah, he left. I'm assuming getting another file.
Lovely.
No. Oh. Whoop. If it's going that way, I guess that's double.
Hopefully.
Maybe.
I think we gotta go back.
They do. Yeah, that your folder has to come back this way when it's done.
Okay.
The brown one.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see if he's coming back. Usually he just brings a couple of folders with him. Only these are all done. Paper ones are Colleen's. You guys disappeared.
It is.
Yeah.
Hey.
Did you leave for? Why'd you leave? Didn't have the paper?
Well, we didn't. We didn't even have
Had
it
to
on
go
our
get the
radar,
next-
actually.
No. I had a different time for some reason.
I did too.
Okay.
Okay,
We're having the amended plat of Breezy Meadows subdivision. Mr. Dillman?
all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this project is Kim Garrison. And the planning area for this property is Cody Local. The zoning district is RR2. We did receive a amended plat application, including payment, on October 24th of last year. That included also a copy of the amended plat, and you see that in figure 1. And then a revised copy of the amended plat was received on February 15th. So the requested action is approval of this amended plat of Breezy Meadows subdivision, lot 4A. It will thereby vacate a 1.59 acre portion of the original lot 4A and merge that piece with an exempt remainder of Breezy Meadows subdivision, which is, that exempt remainder is to the northwest. That will result in a 47.68 acre exempt remainder, which is not in the subdivision, and it will result in an 8.79 acre amended lot to be designated as lot 104. You see that in the amended plat. History, the plat showing Breezy Meadows subdivision was approved in 2016 by the Board of County Commissioners. And the ownership of this property is from Mark Garrison and Kimberly Garrison to M&K Properties. As I mentioned, you see this amended plat. And the portion that is to come out of the lot and go into the exempt remainder, in figure 1. The location of this property is shown in figure 2, approximately 3 miles north of the city of Cody, north of Road 1AB. It's at the end of Breezy Lane. In terms of site characteristics, lot 104 is currently vacant, unirrigated land. The exempt remainder parcel is developed with a resident septic system, accessory structures. Topography, as you can see in figure 3, is rolling with some change in elevation across proposed lot 104. And again, you can see the topography, Madam Chair, in figure 3. In terms of neighboring land use, that is shown in figure 4. Current use of lot 4A is residential vacant, and the exempt remainder is agriculture. Surrounding land use is residential vacant. There is some exempt land, Bureau of Rec land bordering to the north. Spring Valley subdivision is on the east line of lot 4A and extends south of Breezy Meadows. Filler Simple subdivision borders the west line of the exempt remainder parcel. I mentioned this property is in an RR2 zoning district, and the lot size as proposed is consistent with that zoning district. Partial vacation of an existing plat. There are several reasons for doing this. One is to adjust the boundary lines between a platted lot and an adjacent unplatted parcel. So that is the case here, Madam Chair. Amended plat process we have towards the upper part of page 6, where it talks about the fees and the amended plat. The required fee and amended plat were provided to our department on October 24th. The planning director determined a public hearing is not necessary because the proposed boundary line adjustment does not appear to compromise or abrogate the rights of neighboring lands or other lot owners in the subdivision. So it was not necessary to have a notice of public hearing. We did notify various agencies. Public Works was notified. They said in an email October of last year, they have no comments or concerns. Heart Mountain Irrigation District, they confirmed that there is an authorization for the attachment of water rights. That was approved in 2019. And we do have in here, we do have the grantee of that assigned of the authorization for detachment of water rights. Since that was approved, still has water rights. The state engineer does not require a water distribution plan. Park County Treasurer, they responded in an email January of this year. They stated property taxes are current. Rocky Mountain Power has not provided a response, neither has Weed and Pest. This land is not located in any overlay district. We've not received any public comments. The amended plat was reviewed by our staff, Public Works, the assessor's office, and the applicant in November of last year. There were several minor changes, and a revised amended plat was received on February 15th of this year. Bottom of page 7, it talks about the amended plat process. Again, the fee was paid. Planning director determined a public hearing is not necessary. The plat is titled the amended plat of Breezy Meadow subdivision, lot 4A, and amended lot 4A will become lot 104. And then vacating lot 4A of the Breezy Meadow subdivision. Madam Chair, we have a number of findings. And on page 10 of our staff report, we recommend approval of the amended plat of Breezy Meadows, lot 4A with the following conditions. The applicant shall provide a deed granting to vacate a portion of original lot 4A to Gerald Mark Garrison and Kimberly L. Garrison, specifically merging and combining the lands with the adjacent tract of record, which is an exempt remainder parcel owned by the Garrisons, to be filed subsequent to and at the time of the amended plat filing with the Park County Clerk and Recorder, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. We're happy to answer questions should you have any, Madam Chair.
Is it just me or am I confused? I mean, this is the same owner, correct? So
Yes, it
condition one,
is.
you're signing a thing to yourself saying that you accept these conditions from yourself. Is there an easier way? I understand this is the process. I'm just looking, I'm saying down the road, we're looking at regulations and rules and stuff of a boundary line adjustment, making it easier for the people to do this when you are the owner trying to just adjust the boundary on something that you subdivided originally, and all you're doing is just a boundary line. Is there a reason we have to go through all this to make it this complicated?
Maybe because the exempt parcel's outside the subdivision is why it's a little more complicated.
It's the same owner.
It's the same owner, but
Yeah.
the subdivision is approved with platted lots, and therefore we are changing the platted lot, even though it's going to the same owner over here. It's not really a lot line adjustment inside the subdivision because the exempt parcel is not part of the subdivision. This one's a little bit.
The exempt parcel was part of the original tract though, that went by then.
Original
Never
tract, it's
exchanged
not
product,
part of the subdivision.
never exchanged
Right.
ownership.
Right.
Yeah.
And Madam Chair, I mean, you're correct. Yeah, Commissioner Teal, you're correct. But M&L Properties is one owner. They are the Garrisons.
Right.
And then I believe the lot is actually owned by Mark and Kim Garrison,
Garrison.
but
Or
yeah,
semantics.
semantics.
Right.
And I think some, I think when it comes to vacating, and I know there's some interpretation in statute as to what constitutes that, but I think some of that is state statute too, that requires the Board of Commissioners to approve any changes to a platted subdivision.
Madam Chair, and
May not be able to be changed.
and our regs say amended plat is required whenever you're changing the boundary here between a platted lot and an unplatted parcel. And another thing we do is, since the commissioners approved this originally, you know, our default, regardless of what the regs say, is to have you approve any changes to something that you originally approved.
Any other questions from the commissioners? And I understand this is a power line situation that it's just cleaning up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mhm. Exactly.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the amended plat for Breezy Meadows. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
2311.
No, you got something right. You're still there.
I think you're okay for a little while.
Thanks.
Thanks. Then if you want to see if Joy and
I have them.
Brian, okay.
You see, Joanne.
Well, the thing is, if we've approved a plat on a subdivision and they're changing it, we have to still approve that change on that plat. Otherwise, if you could have, even if the owners own a single lot in that subdivision, if you said, if they own them all, they can do whatever they want, then you have to start changing the lot sizes with no.
As long as they.
It'll be a topsy-turvy world.
Yeah. Requirements for that lot sizes. That's.
Yeah, with this looking at I think what could be in a final plat approved by us, and they're starting to change the final plat.
Good morning.
Hey.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. The door.
Yeah.
We're still in the 1980s here.
1980s.
We got ours. So I have to-
We used to like it. It's cool over there.
But again, it's not the amounts, you can't like.
I can.
How do you do it?
Just
I just got the state.
Don't have to do it.
Sure.
Everybody else.
School like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can do like the ancient, the way the Amish do it.
Get there.
Yay. You better, Alex is supposed to head to bed.
And if he turned around, there you go.
Yeah.
It's seeing is.
Survive.
Oh, no.
All these rules.
Thank you so much.
They're all simple, it's in the statute and simple.
Hey, the next thing on our agenda is Park County Planning Director Joy Hill and Brian Beauvais from the Park County Archives. He has created Park County historical GIS story maps, and he's giving us they are giving us a presentation on that today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, as you know, since I arrived here just under 5 years ago, I've been really pushing for GIS and GIS support because it's just so useful to so many different offices in this county. One part that you maybe think would not be a GIS worthy department is actually our archive department. And just noting where historical resources are around the county and information about them. And so back in, I think, October of 2019, I ran across this Campbell County story map. And as you can see, this is how Campbell County delivers their maps. They have like a little gallery. So different themed maps that they're delivering. And go ahead, Brian, if you want to open up the Campbell. So this is exploring Campbell County history. So when I saw this story map those many years ago, I immediately thought of Brian. And I thought, wow, we should be doing something like this for Park County. And I brought Brian into my office and showed him, and he got all excited. And of course, the missing component was the GIS part. Who's going to do it? So I kind of threw together a quick story map to show Brian how easy it was just to throw something together. And then he just went off and running, like there was no going back after that. So Brian, after some pain, secured a GIS license, which ended up being a lot easier than we thought. For $100 a year, the archives have ArcGIS Online, and he can produce these maps himself with just some basic training. So I'll let Brian go through some of the work that he's done to get Park County stood up on this type of technology, and we can talk from there.
Yeah, so during COVID, the archives was closed to the public, which actually was a weird benefit because we gave me a lot of time to do all the projects that I've always wanted to do for years. And one of those things was scanning all of our big old maps and digitizing them, which was, as someone who just loves to look at maps, great. And it also gave us a huge amount of geographic data to play around with. So these GIS maps have sort of been on our radar for a while. The Park County Planning and Zoning Department have been thinking about these, but it's always just sort of been a problem of, you know, you got to have a master's degree in GIS to like make these things. Like, it's just not within our wheelhouse to do that. How the heck are we going to do it? And there was some trial and error in trying to get access to ArcGIS Online. Like Joy said, I eventually just applied for a nonprofit license through Esri. We got that. So the archive sort of has our standalone little Esri ArcGIS Online license. So then, with the help of Brian Clarkson back here, who was very nice and just volunteering his time to help me do this, we could start making these GIS maps. And what I did here. So we have about, again, these are rough drafts. These are not available to the public yet. Have about 12 of them. We're going to make some more when time allows. But let's just look at a few. So what we're doing here is we're taking photos from the Park County Archives, and we are locating them on the map. So this is a map of the Iron Creek Railroad Bridge. This is an old photo from probably like 1903. It shows where it is. We could zoom in here if we actually had a mouse.
He's yelling at me because I don't.
Because I like having mice. You can play around with this just to your heart's content. We have multiple photos of the Willward Diversion Dam, again, from the archives. And this is just helping people learn about local history, local historic geography, and it's getting all of our archival photos available to the public in a way that's different than just, you know, boring text search sort of stuff. Let's look at National Register sites. Same thing, just locating all these photos, just so people are aware of the National Register sites in the county. T Ranch. What else? I'm a particular fan. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go.
I'm a big fan of Mr. Jagger here, who was an early geologist who came through in 1893. And one of my fun projects is taking some of his old photographs from 1893 and then re-photographing them from the place that he did. So this is the photo that he took around Crandall in 1893. And then this is the photo. Oh, no. This is the re-photograph. And we can see how the landscape is sort of changing from this sort of fun project that helps me get outside hiking. What else? So these city maps are probably the more dense. Obviously mining in Park County. Let's look at Cody. And we're just going to continue to add information to these maps as we get it and as I have time to sort of throw information on here. So we can just map out the entire history of downtown Cody. From every little monument that's downtown to buildings. Obviously, I had a map of historic Cody homes. We can do that for every town in Park County. Just we need to have photos and information. We have plenty of photos in the archives. And we have plenty of information. It sort of takes we just need time to sort of get all that stuff up here in a coherent manner. So the old Waples Hospital, which is that apartment complex over on Rumsey. Mayor's Inn that was moved from the old pizza place on Sheridan Avenue. Was a bed and breakfast. Okay. Questions, comments? What else do you have to say?
So what you're seeing right now is basically just a mapping application, but you can take this information and make what's called a story map. So this is just really nice sort of inventory of what we've got. You can zoom around and check things out. But if you want to go ahead and click on that story map. So what you can do is you can actually create a place on the web where a person can actually read through the history. And as you scroll down the page, it walks you through a story about the history of something. So this is a really great tool for students to use in particular, because not only can they learn the story of something more excitedly than, you know, maybe the old school way of, like he said, just Googling and trying to gather information from text, but this actually walks you through the geography, and the map on the side is interactive. So you can zoom around, you can zoom in and out and check things out. So why is this all important? Well, obviously there's the obvious, right? You're cataloging your history of the county. You're putting it out there for public consumption. But also this type of information is critical for our land use plan. It's important to other entities and other offices. For instance, when you're doing hazard management planning, you know, what kinds of historical places of importance could be at risk if we have a flood or some type of a fire. And so those are just a couple of ways that you can apply this data. And so really the biggest challenge for this type of thing, again, is just a lack of people or a lack of expertise to not only execute, but to manage and keep these things going. So far, Brian has done an amazing job of doing his own self-training. And with the help of Brian Clarkson, he's really just helping to train him as well and set up some of these templates for him. But this type of information, just really the possibilities are endless. This is just one example of an office that is benefiting and can benefit from this information. So.
And I need to make clear that I would not be able to do this if I didn't just have a friend who was willing to volunteer his time to help me like make these programs. Like we have the photos in the archives, and I have the geographic sort of knowledge of Park County. But in order to put that into this ArcGIS online system and make it user friendly, like I can't do that. So like I need help doing that. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, so anyway, the next step, I guess, will be to try to get these out on the web so that people can consume them and start benefiting from the information, and then just looking at other areas where the county could benefit from this type of thing. So that's where we're going.
Thoughts?
Madam Chair, what's the timeline for having this available for the public?
So there's a lot of stuff on these maps, and I need to fix a lot of errors, and we sort of need to troubleshoot the best way to present some of these. Maybe within a couple of months, we'll probably put them on the archives website at the very least, and we can add them other places as we see the need. But I just want to go through these are just rough drafts. I want to go through these and make sure I'm not putting anything out here that is inaccurate or just embarrassing on my part, misspellings, stupid grammatical mistakes, which there are some in there, I know, because I was just trying to get stuff on a map so we could have some working examples to show people how this works before, we actually put it out. So
you get this on the internet, are you able to throw away some papers, or do you keep storage of all the
we keep storage of stuff.
You're a hoarder, aren't you?
No, we deliberately keep certain things that have historical value and research use. We don't just hoard information.
Well, and I think too, the value in this is now you have less hands needing to be touching the paper because they can view them on here readily. And so that's protection for those materials as well.
And like I said, it just adds another way for people to discover information in the archives. So it just takes less of our time to help people find information because they can just do it in a fun, interactive way they can just sit on their computer. And
I think once it's available, I know the school districts would love something like this. I mean, it'd be so valuable for some of the history classes they have.
Yeah.
So.
And I want to make some more maps I obviously need to make a map from Meeteetse. I just need Alex down at the Meeteetse Museum she's really busy. I need her help. Make a map of Heart Mountain Relocation Center, irrigation history of Park County and sort of farming and agriculture. But yeah, some other maps I was going to make. But we could just continue and there's different formats, right? This is just one format that we made to sort of make an interactive example. There are other formats that we could make. And I'm sure Brian could talk about all the different formats are available to have like sort of before and after satellite views, and you can switch back and forth to see how Park County is developing. Do you want to say anything about what else we could do?
Brian Clarkson, local GIS person. So yeah, I mean, the limitations are only your imagination. I mean, we do all kinds of different things and showing GIS data in different formats, different, I guess, stories, right? So I'm assuming that you consumed a lot of the map world of the land use plan. So that's a dashboard. That's one way to consume GIS data. So this right here is just a simple template. Now the other things that we can do is kind of like these story maps. And so like the story maps is usually we're making the story map that's for some sort of public outreach. So you're trying to tell more, is this just a map you're trying to actually tell a story. So that's something that we can definitely do for the county is tell these stories. And then just all the different type of information that you could add to these maps, such as, is there historical aerial imagery that we could add that as a layer to turn on and off, something like that. I mean, that seems pretty interesting, talking about the before and after pictures, if we have before and after aerials to see what the changes are there. There's going to be LiDAR data that's going to be available for those not familiar with LiDAR data. It's high resolution photography. And so that would show both the ground and the trees and houses and things like that. So that would be interesting to add high resolution photography to some of this stuff. And I mean, I don't know, like it really is just limited by the imagination. what you could do with the GIS data. And, you know, just, you know, probably the first thing to think about is like your audience. So, you know, thinking about the high school students and history, you know, or how can they interact? And then also just getting people to interact with it as well. Can we get people out there collecting their own pictures, adding their own pictures and their own information?
Another thing that I forgot to mention was from the historical angle, you can use these maps for more than just historical stuff, obviously, but from the historical angle, I would love to create maps where we overlay historic maps onto modern satellite images. And that would be really cool. Just as one example for the relocation center, where you can actually see where the barracks sat on the modern landscape. We have a lot of old Forest Service maps. You can overlay an old Forest Service map onto the modern satellite maps. You can see old trails, structures, all that sort of stuff. You sort of make the old map sort of transparent, so you can see the old map, and then you can see the base satellite map underneath it.
Cool.
And I would need a lot of help. I couldn't do that by myself. That would be something that we would definitely need. I would definitely need a lot of help with. We have the sort of archival documents and information, but
Making the maps a little different.
yes,
Okay.
yes. Sort of the back end of this, it's very user friendly up front, but the back end of this needs expertise.
Okay. Question?
Madam Chair, you mentioned Park County Archives. Are you, how do I, you need a test model? If I can find it, anybody can find it. And I can't find you on Park County's website.
So it's under the historical archives
Which
page.
is not under a department of Park County. On
It's
their homepage.
under offices. It's on there. It says historical archives.
There's no, I don't have offices as an option. There's departments, that's it. I mean, I think what you're doing is awesome and great, but if,
And Madam Chair, there's a lot of that out there. There's a lot of stuff out there that is available, but if you don't know how to get to it,
Exactly right.
it's no good.
We need to check that and see if Brian's looking.
So under Park County, go to departments, and then there's boards and county supported offices. We are listed as historical archives on Park County's webpage.
The right side.
go under departments.
Departments, and then on the right,
County supported office.
or if you just type in Park County Archives to Google,
You're right there.
we pop up that way
Go
too.
back one. Where you go in your departments again? Yeah, way back.
How far back
You
do you
just
want me to
close
go?
the damn thing. That's what I do.
Departments,
County supported.
County supported.
county supported
Got it.
offices.
Yeah.
I mean, if Park County would like to make us a more prominent website, that's a great idea.
I want to take this opportunity to thank Brian Clarkson too,
Yeah.
for your help
Yes.
in donating your time and what's transpired so far. It's great. Thank you. Any other comments, thought processes?
I like this. It's pretty cool stuff.
Yes, it's really,
Commissioner Stewart?
I think it's just amazing. It's a great idea. I like that.
And again, this is only the beginning. We're gonna add a ton more information to this, just as time allows. Got to find that information. This is kind of it's a process. It's not just an easy, I can't just make one of these maps in a day. It takes a while. And also takes a while to make sure that I'm, again, not putting anything embarrassing or inaccurate online. I want to be able to triple check this information to know it's accurate. And again, I need photos too. So as you probably see in there, there's historic photos. There's also modern photos of local geography. And that takes time to gather as well.
And something Brian Clarkson mentioned in the background, I don't know if you heard it, but this is a tool where people can provide information too. So if we're missing something, they can actually submit information and then we would be able to update our maps to put it in there. So, and obviously we need to verify first that what they're reporting is accurate, but it's an input tool as well. And these are the exact tools that we are going to use when we do the zoning map amendment for the county as part of the reg rewrite. this is where we're going. This is where people are using the internet now to give input. They're not coming to the meetings. They're going online and they're doing it themselves on their own time.
Soon as they learn how to do it.
Well, and Lloyd, we'd be happy to have a tutorial session with you. Maybe we'll have a story map on how to use a story map.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
Do we have it in this?
Anything else from the commissioners?
Thank you.
Thank you. Very informative. So,
I don't know if you want to put your screen back up or not.
oh, yeah, we'll take care of that. We're actually good till the public hearing at 11 o'clock.
Right.
Thanks.
Hello?
And then
Yeah.
Well, it was right in the wheelhouse for people in the church, you know, I mean,
I was gonna say, you
But I don't know.
big conspiracy.
Right, we don't need to.
I don't know that we have anything from Lakeview.
I explained to Matt Dunn that I have a job. I've been doing it. for 40 years. But people know that I'm on the road.
No, he called me, so remind me to add that to my.
Yeah, to go up the park, the rest of it.
Okay.
So nothing, no kind of a formal response.
Okay, I think we're close enough to
May have just been.
go with our next agenda item, which is a public hearing for Rose minor subdivision 71 sketch plan.
Correct.
Kim Dillman,
Yeah.
Jenny.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this project is Leslie Rose. This property is in a GR5 zoning district. The planning area is Lower South Fork. So this is a minor subdivision. We've classified it as such. So we did receive an application from the applicant on December 15th of last year, including description of the use, sketch plan, copy of the notice of intent to subdivide. And then we received a revised sketch plan on December 29th of last year. And you see that in figure 1. So the applicant requests approval to vacate lot 2 of the Oliver simple subdivision and create a 2-lot subdivision. One lot will be 10.34 acres and one lot will be 14.43 acres. Each will be for residential use. Ownership is Leslie Rose. The legal description of this property is lot 2 of the Oliver simple subdivision 102. And as I mentioned, you can see the sketch plan in figure 1. So as this property is in a GR5 zoning district, the lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that district. In figure 2, we have a map showing the location partially and relative to the city of Cody. And this land is approximately 6 miles southwest of Cody. It's approximately 650 feet south of Highway 291, and it's on the west side of County Road 6 RT. And again, that's in figure 2. And then in figure 3, we have a topo map. And I will say that both of these proposed lots are developed, each have an existing residence, outbuildings, irrigated pasture land. They each have an approved septic, and a private indoor riding arena is situated on proposed lot 2. And then you can see in figure 3 that there really is no change in elevation across the property. Neighboring land uses are shown in figure 4. Primarily residential and residential vacant lands surround this property. There is an SUP. You can see that in that hatched area. There is a property with an SUP to the southeast of where this proposed subdivision is located. This property, Madam Chair, is not within a mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. There was a notice of intent to subdivide first published in the Cody Enterprise on November 10th and November 17th. However, originally the applicant was planning for this to be 3 lots, and then the applicant decided that she would only propose 2 lots. And so then we asked her to submit a revised update or an updated notice of intent. That was in the Cody Enterprise on December 20th and 27th of last year. Then we published a notice of public hearing. That published in the Cody Enterprise on February 7th and February 14th, at least with one notice at least 14 days before today. On February 3rd, the certified notice was mailed to neighboring property owners, and we sent the staff report to the applicant, all of you, and put it on the website prior to today. Agency referrals. This is a subdivision, so we have a list of agencies we have to notify. We notified some additional agencies. TCT responded. They talked about having wireless service available and that they may be able to provide internet and phone service to the location. Fire Protection District number 2, they shared with us a letter. They said they can provide fire protection And they also said they request all roads and crossings be constructed to standards. Black Hills Energy responded on November 10th of last year, talking about their ability to provide service to an additional residence on proposed lot 1. That was when the proposal was for 3 lots. So we asked the applicant to notify agencies again, saying now it's gone from 3 to 2 lots. So on the top of page 7 in our staff report, we have a response, or we have a summary of the response, in this case from Black Hills Energy, and saying that now they understood it would be 2 lots instead of 3. And they confirmed that both of these proposed lots are served by Black Hills Energy with natural gas. Black Hills Energy also talked about the applicant is possibly going to build a second residence on proposed lot 1, and Black Hills Energy said they don't see any problems with that. U.S. Postal Service responded, said they could provide mail service. Park County School District number 6 responded, saying they'll work to provide transportation should students need that. An email from DQ responded with information regarding agency contact should there be certain construction activities. Northwest Rural responded. Northwest Rural Water District responded first on November 22nd of last year. Again, their response in that first paragraph that we have, middle of page 7, is in response to 3 lots, because the applicant was asking them, could they provide water to lot 1? And then Northwest Rural Water responded to that. The applicant contacted Northwest Rural Water again for an updated response, and Northwest Rural Water confirmed that water service currently exists to now the proposed lot 1 and lot 2. So both these proposed lots do have water from Northwest Rural Water. Park County Treasurer said that property taxes are current. Game and Fish responded in December of last year. They have no wildlife comments. However, they did send their standard subdivision considerations. Cody Conservation District, they responded with a summary letter. They indicated that their 2 soil types were found. They said dwellings with basements on these lots received a favorable rating, and dwellings without basements are rated as moderately favorable to favorable. And then they also, Cody Conservation District talked about soil features for septic tank absorption fields, and both of these lots are considered moderately favorable, or at least this area. They said limitations are due to slow water movement. Park County Public Works responded an email in December of last year. Public Works said that both these proposed lots have direct frontage and legal access to Road 6RT. Public Works responded that their understanding is there are no new roads proposed to serve the subdivision. However, Public Works said any new accesses will require a right-of-way permit from them. They did mention that lots 1 and 2 have existing and permitted accesses. Public Works said they have no concerns with drainage and erosion control. Rocky Mountain Power responded in January of this year. They have the capacity to serve the 2-lot minor subdivision. Weed and Pest, Mary conducted initial inspection, found noxious weeds, needed a long-term noxious weed management plan that has been submitted and has been approved and signed by the applicant. Lakeview Irrigation District, they have been notified. We've not yet seen any kind of review or approval of a water distribution plan from them. So we're still waiting on that. We've not received any public comments, Madam Chair. There was a pre-app meeting that occurred on November 2nd of last year. Fees have been paid. We do have a title report for the property that was dated November 1 of last year. As I mentioned already, no new roads are proposed for this subdivision. Solid waste disposal services is available through private companies. So just to reiterate, Rocky Mountain Power currently serves both of these proposed lots with electricity. And Black Hills Energy also serves both of these proposed lots with natural gas. And then TCT did respond as well. To our knowledge, there are no known hazards, steep slopes, rock falls, or landslides on the property. Again, our understanding is Lakeview has been notified, but we have not received any response from them. In terms of wastewater, a subsurface evaluation was completed on proposed lot 1. That was in October of last year. Perk rates were determined to be 40 minutes per inch at that site. An excavation cut was also made in October of last year on lot 1 to a depth of 5 feet where groundwater was discovered. And again, that was in October of last year. Our conclusion with that high groundwater is engineered septic systems may be required due to high groundwater. In terms of domestic water, as I mentioned before, Northwest Rural Water currently provides service to both of these lots. In terms of ag impacts, both of these lots are developed currently and in residential use and some ag use. Our conclusion is the applicant will be required to comply with the conditions of weed and pest. We don't feel the applicant has proposed any changes that will significantly impact any neighboring ag operations. We don't expect this property to cause further disturbances of weeds or pests or litter or domestic pet problems. Existing irrigation facilities are on the sketch plan, and we also commented that we anticipate Lakeview irrigation may have conditions associated with this subdivision. And a small portion of the western part of this property is in an ag overlay district. However, we feel impacts to agriculture have been addressed. And again, we don't feel like there'll be significant impacts to neighboring ag uses. No streams or rivers passes within this property or is adjacent to this property. And in regard to irrigation, since this is a minor, our conclusion is no state review of irrigation systems will be required. Madam Chair, Planning and Zoning reviewed the sketch plan on January 18th of this year. They had a number of conditions. I'll just quickly summarize some of those. Their second condition was a long-term noxious weeds management plan being approved. That condition has been met. Their third condition was a review and recommendations from Lakewood to our office, our department. That condition has not been met. Their fourth condition was an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement addressing all required improvements. We had, for an example, irrigation infrastructure for review by us, and we put if applicable. So we don't know that there'll be any improvements necessary, but our understanding, if there are any improvements, it will likely be limited to just irrigation, but we don't know that yet. Their fifth condition was a draft HOA. Again, we thought it might apply to irrigation, but we don't know that. And that condition has also not been met, but if it's applicable. P&Z's eighth condition, recommended condition, was a response from Public Works. That condition has been met. Their ninth recommended condition was a note on the final plat talking about seasonal high groundwater and non-conventional septic systems might be required. We have findings, Madam Chair. We don't say that, but we do recommend that you approve this sketch plan review with 8 conditions that I'd like to read if it's all right with you. So our first recommended condition is the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. 2 is the applicant shall provide to Planning and Zoning Department A review and recommendations from the Lakeview Irrigation District regarding the final water distribution plan. Prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners. Our third condition is recommended following board approval of the sketch plan and prior to the board's review of the final plat. The applicant shall provide an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement addressing all applicable required improvements, for example, irrigation infrastructure, for review by staff and approval by the county attorney and board, if applicable. 4 is a draft homeowners association agreement that addresses all applicable shared improvements. For example, irrigation infrastructure must be submitted to the planning and zoning department prior to sketch plan review by the Board of County Commissioners, if applicable. Number 5, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Any proposed water wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. Number 6 was the final plat shall contain a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991. Number 7 was the applicant shall place a note on the final plat stating the potential for high seasonal groundwater and enhanced septic systems may be required. And 8, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. We're happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board at this time? Hearing none, this is a public hearing. Is there any public here that would like to comment? And if so, please state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates, representative of the applicant. Just wanted to clarify a little bit. Sorry for the confusion on the 3-lot to 2-lot minor subdivision. When we first tried 3-lot subdivision, when we met with Northwest Rural Water, they were going to require us to run their infrastructure down 6 RT down to the next intersection, which was about 500 feet, something like that. And when we looked at that, it was going to be $75,000 to $100,000 worth of infrastructure. So we decided, since there was already 2 meters on this property, that made sense to just go back to the 2-lot. We have met with the irrigation district. They've looked at our water distribution plan and they are going to require sprinkle irrigation on this property. And we're just working with them for pump location, and that the irrigation right now comes along the west side, but it is not their lateral. It's from somewhere down further south there. So they just want to make sure we get the pump location in the right spots for these lots. And we're working through getting a visual response from them, so we won't have that back. So looking at that, we didn't feel like there needed to be a homeowners association or a subdivision improvements agreement, because each will be on their own lot of where they get pumped out of. And everything else is there, like Kim said, all the power, treated water, everything is already in each of the 2 lots. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Madam Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Move to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Rose Minor Subdivision MS 71 with conditions, and if they say the ones that you're concerned with say if applicable, so if they're not applicable, it doesn't matter.
Yep. Second. I think you have it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Rose Minor Subdivision number 71 sketch plan with conditions stated. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense with those if applicable.
2023. So.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you, commissioners. Thank you.
You see that building.
They didn't go through and strike.
I did tell
Couple of
them.
Yeah.
what the hell this thing is. working half-assed. Battery. Is that all right?
Oh, it's great. Yeah,
Rather than strike them and
yeah.
modify everything, just.
And I,
like that.
yeah, and I see one of those we probably should have had prior to final plat review because we had it to land, but. Do I need, or will you make comments regarding that potential, which is gonna be rescheduled, that notice?
We
No,
pulled
no,
it.
no comments?
We
Okay,
pulled it.
then I'll leave.
Okay,
Okay.
yes.
Where's this Randall Bailey?
He was early. He was.
No, where's he located?
He lives here. He just was gonna be out of town.
Oh, Interesting. Makes sense.
Okay, we're gonna be back on for a couple minutes to have
Hold on.
we'll be back on for a couple minutes to have a motion for executive session.
You need that right now.
There. We'll give it one more minute, but we're waiting on Brian, the applicant is here. Sounds like it.
Madam Chair, make a motion, we move into executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded to move into executive session. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. So we will move into executive session.
Good morning. Well, it's snowy out there today again. Last week was miserable. I had to dig my gate out for the yard.
check back in.
Hey, can you go out there and put my windshield wipers on?
Sure.
It's that black Ford right over there.
Yeah, well, across the street.
Yeah.
Does he call us or we call him?
We came in earlier.
He came in a little
On
bit
his
ago.
own.
An hour ago.
I'm thinking maybe he might be,
He's got 5 minutes.
yeah.
He thought it was at 11.
No. It's fine. He doesn't need those issues.
No. I told him it wouldn't work. He sounded quite disappointed, almost disgruntled.
I told him it was super iffy because I wasn't sure about the use. That's what we have for deed and stuff. So.
So I didn't have to bring in like the puppy coat hang in the corner in case we got one of them on a below 0 days, huh?
Oh, what do you get
A
ready?
puppy coat.
Little chilly over there?
It's not as warm in here today as it had been in
No,
the past,
no,
is it?
No, it was warmer last week.
We run that up down there sometime Saturday night before I went to bed to in the morning, we run out of propane.
Oh,
And it wasn't that terrible because it wasn't that cold, but they just filled 1,000-gallon propane tank between a couple buildings in 1 month. But when we're doing all that wolf hunting, they kept pulling them side by sides in this barn that's basically uninsulated, but has a big heater, and they'd crank it and then they'd leave in the morning and forget to shut it down. And
oh, geez.
it was, yeah. Thank God we were able to get somebody down there Sunday.
This morning we were talking about hanging this
Mhm,
over there,
mhm.
where the clock is, or?
Where the clock is, or
Kind of angled through there somehow.
Oh, got it. Cool, that'd be much better.
and hang it instead of it being on that stand. That stand is a
Yeah.
pain.
Well, it's a killer for some people.
We were gonna hang, I was thinking about hanging it right above you, but
That'd be fine. I don't need to see it.
as long as it doesn't break.
Doesn't
You might
land on
not
you.
see it when it comes down.
That's one way to take this.
Give you a heart. We give you OSHA regs, we give you a hard hat.
Yeah.
No, what we were talking about, Colleen, was getting rid of possibly, I mean, at least not using the overhead near as much.
Yeah.
Is-
Well, I don't know if you remove that and then just hung, can this hang from the ceiling?
Well, that's
That's
what
what we're talking about. We're gonna have B and G look at it.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's structures up above the false ceiling that you could tie into.
Cause at first I thought you were thinking the EOC room downstairs and I was like, why does he care whether that's a pull down? No, it's not.
And then the public could view the screen a lot
Way
easier.
easier. Cause half of them can't see it. Didn't he say we could run like from that laptop direct up there on this screen?
That's what you,
Yeah.
Lloyd's gonna take care of that.
That makes way more sense. Like you said, get rid of all these. It's an hour early, and it's gonna be like now. Lunch. There we go.
And he is on time.
Hello, Mr. Bailey. It's still connecting.
There we go.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Bailey.
You're muted.
You're muted though. So if you'd like to unmute, we're ready to get going.
Hello?
Go. There we go. Okay.
I keep hitting the buttons and it doesn't do it.
It's not doing anything. Okay. Appreciate you applying for the Planning and Zoning Commission position. Can you hear us okay?
I hear you fine.
Okay. If you would tell us a little bit about your history or why you're interested in being on the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Well, I'm fairly close to retirement. I've worked 30 some odd years in telecom and that sort of thing, telephone infrastructure, specifically the telecom. I predate the data stuff, and I'm used to like FUSA infrastructure laws and things like that. And I wanted to transition. I don't want to just go sit down. I could retire anywhere from like this moment to year and a half from now, no problem. And I wanted to transition and to be able to continue to do something. I don't want to continue to be full-time. I'm doing more consulting stuff now because I'm kind of at the top and the end of my career. And I've owned property in 4 different states, and I've seen a lot of oddities of zoning and codes and things like that, and how people typically ignore them. And I had taught literacy as a volunteer, and that was kind of interesting to get involved with the community. And I just thought this might be a good thing for me because I know some things of building and, you know, inside the city limits infrastructure and outside the city limits infrastructure. And I was just interested. I this and water rights in the West and the airport board, those kind of things were all appealing to me. So I did some reading and said, well, I'll give this a try. And I've spoken to some people in Cody about it. Like, you know, in the gym, I talked to the mayor about it, or I talked to his father about it. Like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And I see people all the time on boards, like for telecom and things like that, that I don't want to offend anybody, but they're just someone's buddy. They really don't have an interest in the community. And I work, especially water and sewage and stuff like that. I'm really concerned about that because my properties have always had people say, well, we'll just do this. We're not worried about the neighbor. And I just wanted to be involved, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Excuse me. With your comment about current employment, you are aware that these meetings are held, the planning and zoning meetings are monthly in the afternoon.
Right.
Okay. And then, go ahead.
I'm pretty much free, and I have young children, and I'm used to just dropping stuff and going. And so a schedule would be even better because I schedule my consultations with people like, there's one of my reminders going off. I'll have these kind of meetings all day where people call me for help, and I'll set up a meeting. So that would be no problem in the afternoon.
Okay. The other thing that is maybe a little bit new for this position for the next year or so, we're just wrapping up looking at the new land use plan, which once approved, that'll be followed by updating the regulations and policies for land use planning for Park County, which may take a lot more time from the Planning and Zoning Commission members to work through some of this requested regulation or policy, or getting rid of some existing regulation or policy. So there may be a little bit more time involved in the next year or so than would normally be requested of this position, but it sounds like that might be okay with you.
Well, sure. What do you think the monthly time would be with the new? Because I've got to plead ignorance. I accidentally tripped up on finding out what your mail is before you actually get it. Do you guys know about that? I didn't know about that. They'll send you pictures of your mail days before you get it. And so your thing is coming, and I'm like, oh, what is this? Are they already sending me something? But no, it's what you're talking about.
Yeah, the
I
land
don't
use,
physically have it yet. I just have a
okay.
picture of it.
Yeah, the card is a reminder of the land use plan meetings, excuse me, that are happening in Cody and Powell next Tuesday and Wednesday. They're all day, and if you want to get familiar with the plan, you can attend certainly either one of those, and the card will tell you all about that.
No, I will.
I think as far as I understand from our director from planning and zoning, once the regulations are being worked on, it could get to be as much as once a week they get together for a little while to hammer these out. But I'm not sure what they will determine, and that might be up to you all as a commission. I just wanted to kind of let you know that there probably is a little more work coming than normal.
Yeah, that won't be a problem. I'm literally I have no idea what this will be like. My mother was forced out in retirement. My father passed away before he was able to retire. I've not had anybody actually have a long retirement, and I've worked with people who will not retire because they think that immediately Alzheimer's jumps on you. But I just wanted to negotiate the next few years, and I'm coming from a career where I'm used to like having to sit up all night and work on problems. So there's going to be a scaling down for me, and I need something community. I need several things community wise to involve myself in, and I thought this might be a good idea for me.
Okay. Do any other commissioners have some specific questions? Mr. Bailey, Commissioner Livingston?
Randall, thank you for replying. Is there any one thing about the zoning regulations that stands out to you that you think needs worked on or fixed?
I just want to understand, because I get a different answer when I ask. What actually, like I see things come open, like you want a plumber or an HVAC guy for a board to be licensed, and I want to find out, in Wyoming, especially Cody, exactly what is the code and what is the code enforcement, and what is because I've watched people not apply and put in septic systems, and I've watched people apply and put in septic systems. I came from a place where you always like cross the T's and dot the I's, and I was very careful. Mine, when I bought my property, I had to redo that immediately, and I did it, made sure everything measured up close. And I want to know if everyone is serving a reasonable standard, and that's really the only thing.
Okay.
And I think that we're all better off for that, because I think persons purchase homes that corners may have been cut or not, and I kind of see the commission as responsibility is watching out for so many people moving to Wyoming, and thinking they're getting the same thing they left, and they're not.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mangle?
Thank you, Randall. Do you have like maybe a unique expertise that you could offer to the commission that might be different from the other members?
Well, I'm real familiar with the things that go underground because of the telecom. I'm real familiar with right of way and arguing and calling and, not digging up your neighbor's thing. That's a big deal. And I'm not an expert, but I'm really aware of like how utilities and how companies approach the federal government for subsidies and that sort of thing. How important the placement of the telephone pole, what's on the telephone pole, those sorts of things. I don't, I couldn't quote you chapter and verse like foundation depth, although I know it'd be deeper in Cody than it would be in Florida, but I'm aware of building principles and those sorts of things, and utility right of ways and that sort of stuff.
Good.
Okay. Commissioner Teal?
Mr. Bailey, thank you for applying. And you, as Commissioner Overfield mentioned, the land use plan that we've been working with, it says on your application, you've been a resident of Park County for 17 years.
Yes,
This past year, going through the land use plan, have you attended any of the meetings or
no,
viewed any of the input online or the current document draft?
no,
that's out now?
no. The only thing that I've done honestly is like the newspaper report, and I haven't been to any of the meetings. I have been to some meetings that were not relative to that, but no, I haven't. That's new for me.
Okay. Second question then, as far as part of the planning and zoning, where do you rate private property rights versus development and perhaps permitting?
Well, private property rights are pretty high. I wouldn't, have, I came to Wyoming because a job opportunity came up. I didn't, I sort of, Australia is this way. You can't go to Australia without a job first. And so I came, it was attractive to me because I had a job, but Wyoming was attractive to me because I had grown up in a rural place. So private property are pretty high, but I don't know how to answer your question except to say I lived before Wyoming. I lived in Denver, and I did not like that because on a four corner, the ugliest guy there got eminent domain placed on him because he was ugly, and really no other reason. So I would weigh private property pretty strongly against need of the community, and I think I would be fair about it. I've watched landowners that wouldn't give up anything, and be unreasonable, but I've also seen landowners that were really inconvenienced just for the convenience of a wealthier party. And I hope that we would look at that in a fair way and say, yeah, we need the houses or we need the land for this or we need the right of way for the railroad, but we're not just arbitrarily picking the ugly guy and wiping him off the corner.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? I'm not seeing any. Do you have any other questions for us, Mr. Bailey?
No, I'm sure I would have some after the meeting and after I get the mail, but not right now.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you again for applying, and we have a few more interviews, but we'll be in touch.
I appreciate it. I hope you guys have a nice day.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. Can be. So I guess what we'd like to start with is if you would just give us your thoughts about why you're interested in being on the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Most of it is that one of my strong beliefs is that you do things, you be involved in your communities. And I tried to do that when I lived down south, and I seen that come open, and I have a real interest in preserving why I moved up here and why I live here. And as I look at your use plan that you're building right now and see what you've had and done, I'm impressed. I mean, it's very impressive. I'm a strong believer in property rights, but also you have to protect the citizens. And so there's a balancing act. In fact, in Mountain View, and I was on the town council and we created planning and zoning, and I hated it and I loved it. It was a real love-hate planning and zoning. So.
True. Well, thank you. One of the things over the next year, as you're aware, with our land use plan, that should work its way through and hopefully get adopted in, say, July. But following that, we'll be redoing rules and regulations, whether we're getting rid of old ones or whether we're proposing some new ones. That'll happen over the next year or so. So that might add to the Planning and Zoning Commission's work. Of course, there is a once a month meeting, excuse me, and then there may be a work session or two a month to work on these regulations also.
Sure.
So I just want you to be aware that the time commitment might be a little bit more than normal over the next year or two. But I want you to be aware of that. Would that be any issue for you, or?
It shouldn't be. I have very little commitment. I have a little bit of commitment to a little project I'm doing over in Powell, but other than that, I'm pretty open.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioners, you have some questions? Commissioner Livingston?
Yeah, Randy, thank you for replying. Is there any one thing about the current zoning regulations that stands out that you feel needs changed or have issues with, or?
As I read through that, again, I thought you were very comprehensive, covered everything. And I think a lot of the concerns of the citizens that have made comments are valid. And I see there are a lot of comments that were used the last time too. A lot of the things are the same as before. So nothing really stands out. You know, one of the, again, developers, can you do it? And hold to the fire that you do it and finish the project. These are things that I've seen that happen that were problems, but I don't know that up in this country that's so much of a problem. You know, the worst part is don't come back and hit the rest of the taxpayers with something that you couldn't finish or did, you know, that type of thing. That is one thing that I think is always good to make sure that they're bonded well enough to be able to cover things.
Good. Thank you.
Randy, thanks for coming. You kind of answered my standard question that I've been using, but you are somewhat familiar with the land use plan, or at least the draft. It sounds like you've looked through it. Did you attend any of the public meetings?
I haven't. No, I haven't. I've just been, I seen your ad and I've been kind of following, then I seen your ad in the paper a while back and was thought it over and visited with my wife about it. And I thought, you know, I'm interested in, again, I believe all of us as citizens needs to be on county commissioner, a board, a school board, do something like that.
Right.
And so I saw that opportunity. I thought, you know, I'm going to apply and go from there.
I tend to ask questions I'm not supposed to. Usually at interviews like this. Are you retired then?
I am.
So I see you moved here and I see you're a lineman. I didn't know whether you
right
still, you know, you got on with Garland or Rocket.
No, I worked for Bridger Valley Electric Power in Bridger Valley there for 42 years, and I retired. And most of it, I'm tired of the wind, and I'm tired of 7,000 foot elevation. And so when we retired, we planned.
Looking at your address, you're kind of in a hot spot for development right now.
We are. I noticed that I know those several lots to the west of me are developed already or plotted, you know,
and what you've been here a short time, more or less, but you like kind of backing up to Commissioner Livingston's, you don't have any issues you see that you think needs to be specifically addressed? And
I don't have you know, anything one way or another. Again, looking at your plans, I think you guys have covered things well. I mean, and have for years. I went back and looked through the history of. And
How does it compare to the Mountain View area?
I think you guys are in a lot better shape than they are, that we were down there. You know, I worked with, I think probably some of you knew, Commissioner Stoddard and Leonard Heisel. Probably a few of you even run into Leonard Heisel.
Do we have, do you feel we have more regulations than?
I think you do, but I think that's good. And some of the things that I saw down there was that there was some not follow through. You know, and so there was places that I think hurt our communities that needed cleaned up, and there was rules in place to do that, but we didn't do them. Or they didn't.
Not enforced.
Not enforced. So I think you have policies, you have to enforce them also.
Well, thank you.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yeah, Randy, again, thanks for applying and being here. I see you're on the town council there for quite some time, and that you were also your council representative to the planning and zoning down there. How was your interaction with that planning and zoning? How often, and what was your role?
Well, actually, we created it while I was on there. We were always having variances, and we got tired of that. And so we finally decided it was time to create planning and zoning, and we did. And it was painful and brutal. And like I said, it was a love-hate. But in the end, we tried to respect property rights, but also protect the citizens of the town. And for quite a while, I actually sat as the town representative on the planning and zoning and getting it up and running and going. And it's still an ongoing process with them down there. And that's, you know, almost 20 years ago now. A lot of the biggest problem was, again, not follow through with the rules. And that was, there's always been a little bit of heartburn after I left, is that we developed this and then people would come in and beg for something different and they would allow it to happen. Well, go through the process, change the rules, and do it the right way. So.
Thanks, Randy. Is there anything about yourself that would bring in maybe an expertise to this board, anything unique that you could bring to the planning and zoning?
I don't know, nothing that probably a lot of other people can't bring, but a lot of it's just a willingness to listen. And you know, I think you got to be fair to the people, but you also got to be sometimes being fair, you have to say no too. This doesn't fit or work for what's going on. A lot of, I think, is just, I have been and I've heard it and I've listened, you know, been involved in some of that before. And again, one of the things that brought me here was what you have and the way of life up here, and I appreciated that. And so I want to protect that, but I also realize growth has to happen. But controlled growth is what has to happen too.
Good.
Anybody have any other questions? Okay, do you have any questions for us?
I don't. I know that you got a meeting coming up in Powell, and looking forward to coming over to some of that, whether you choose me or not. Hopefully you have 20 candidates. So again, one of the biggest things I always believe in is that the people that live in the counties, that live in the state, need to be involved to do those things, because we have a lot of people that are coming from everywhere else in the world that if we don't, they will.
Fair enough. Okay, I think we have what we need for today, and
okay,
we'll be in touch. Thank you for making the trip.
Thank you.
What's a highway like?
Man.
Black with yellow, white stuff on top.
The plow was headed towards Powell just as I was coming in, so hopefully.
I was just curious, our Powell office is open over there today, so I don't know if I should get them headed back or.
No, they were great help, and you know, that's another thing, is that how grateful I am that you have that in Powell, in Uinta County, living from 30 miles from Evanston. We never had that, and I never could figure out why. In fact, me and the county commissioner went round and round and round about that many times. And I said, we're citizens over here too, so I like that, appreciate that, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Randy.
Thank
I
you.
hear a lot of that. And then this tree, it's gotta be the most appreciative group of people. We hear it every time. we go there.
Yeah.
And I know it's only 2 days a month, but
Hey.
they they know what they need and they work well and we inform them, before you come this way, does these dates fit in?
Yeah.
Next month for you, and oh yeah, I'll go there instead, yeah.
Well, that Lincoln County Sheriff spends like 2 days a week in Kemmer and then the rest of the time over in their he drives twice a week over to and stays in Kemmer. It's kind of funny over there because like their search and rescue, they call it Lincoln North and Lincoln South because they're divided. I mean, there's no way to get there without going into another county around. You can't. Really...
Is Pinedale and Lincoln or?
I know, so but
Used to be the poorest county, now it's the richest.
What's that?
Used to be the poorest county, now it's the richest.
Econ and Sublet used to be the two poorest counties.
Well, it's funny because when we were doing search and rescue budget one year, I shared with our guys from search and rescue that Sublette County search and rescue budget 400 and some thousand a year. But that's because they're also playing 6-month contract on my helicopter.
Well, he knows he's got 5 more minutes, so we'll wait and see. Okay.
It says the snow's gonna stop.
Okay.
Oh, it says the snow coming.
Oh.
It keeps changing its mind.
It's gonna stop. It's gonna stop. I guarantee it'll stop.
Sometime.
When.
Yeah, mine shows the snow stopping at 7 o'clock tonight and the wind starting at 8. That's
It's
not
like
very
that.
helpful.
Leave that wind, the wind they had down there, that northwest wind where the wind.
Stopping when?
There's these
Shows
big
snow
windows.
stopping at
on the
7.
south side of that
7.
big new
Yeah,
house.
7 tonight and the wind coming up at
Yeah.
8.
Oh,
12 feet
wind.
tall.
Yeah.
And it blew out somehow.
Have to
He's
bring
on the
my
leeward
truck in
side
and get
of
it
the-
fixed
I
tomorrow.
walked over there, snowing like that, and this kid comes.
But
later,
it's a good day to
goes,
do
"Hey,
it.
window
So I ain't
blew out."
going
So you go
anywhere.
there, and it come off and hit the shed roof and launched out.
Is that supposed to be rain
This
at
window.
-7? I don't
And,
think so.
So I
No,
got up to the next
that's not
day.
today.
Blew
No,
out
it's
the
tomorrow.
flames.
Oh,
When is that
tomorrow.
symbol?
And
Yeah.
how, I thought if the window was open, something from that west north side, it would blow it out.
I know it's supposed to be that cold, but I can't
In the
imagine.
middle of the night.
Right.
The flat, he's still in the big heavy.
I think we predicted a high of
Compared
-4.
to some of the smaller ones on the side. But wouldn't you think with them big windows, they would have.
Yeah, they're showing a high tomorrow
Casing.
too.
Yeah. What's that?
They're showing a high tomorrow of 2
Finished
Two.
or something.
and a high Thursday of -2.
Who's the builder?
Low
Um,
Thursday night of
Well, it's
-23.
Ben Morris, but the guy who's been working on it's Tyler Jackson.
I still have my
Yeah,
cord in front of my
I
truck.
anchor the hell out of
Plug it
it.
in, so.
Oh,
Oh, my
well,
cat's
it's funny. It's sitting right out. So the casing's still there and the shims are sitting still there.
Yeah,
On
rain
an
out
18
tomorrow
foot
morning.
window.
Not big.
And that's what I said. I said, you can get that
Last week, I
overnight.
went out to start my truck, it did turn over. Didn't even make a noise, so.
Yeah.
I ended up charging, and then it started in the afternoon, and then the next morning, it was all fully charged, and what started didn't work, so I brought it in. First had the battery tested in Napa, and then brought it in over at Fremont, and they put it on all the machines and stuff. We can, should be fine.
Alternator's not.
Nothing's wrong.
Oh,
It's
geez.
like bullshit.
Yeah, yeah, there is something wrong. Right, my son had to get his truck fixed in Texas. He took it in the last week of January. No. Yeah, last week of January, because it was acting really weird. Well, they figured out that he thought a squirrel got in and ate all of the wiring harness.
Oh,
They're now expecting the part to be here by March 15th. The truck's still been parked since then. Yeah, and it's only a 7-month-old truck. So he's had a rental, now he has a loaner from his father-in-law. Yeah, it's a mess.
I took mine into Yellowstone mid-January and they said, yeah, February 22nd, we'll get you in. So,
No Brian yet? Okay,
Can I go checking it?
well, give him a minute. You should see him come back.
he's got 2 minutes.
Oh. Was the light off or was he on the phone? You don't know.
I think so.
I'd like to the door.
I don't think it's real cold.
it's not, but when it gets cold, it's gonna
That's
be
good.
greasy.
Cause I forgot to re-plug my truck. I got it on a timer
Uh-huh.
that kicks on at midnight, shuts off at noon.
Hmm.
So it's off right now, getting cold.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to go into executive session.
Second,
Been moved and seconded for executive session. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Yeah. Surprise. Yeah. Good.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me back in again, my second appearance.
Yep.
Although you weren't here,
No.
we've got a new member over here, but yeah, thank you again for the opportunity.
Sure. First, I guess if you just give us a little bit of your history and tell us why you're interested in the county planning and zoning job.
Yeah, without doubt. So my wife and I came here in April of 2019. I'll give you the shorter version of the long story I gave last time. Came back in August and said, yeah, this is where we want to live and where we want to retire. So by November of that year, we had sold our home in Pennsylvania and moved here. So we're kind of Cody, Wyomingites by choice. I in Pennsylvania, I was a volunteer firefighter as well as a state instructor. I taught confined space and high angle rescue. So I was kind of raised with a tradition of part of the community, give back to the community, always be involved. When I moved here, I have to be honest with you, I decided that I was done with firefighting and high angle rescue and crawling through 20-inch holes. So I needed something else to fill my time and be busy. And as of today, I'm starting my 4th year as the chairperson at the Cody Cupboard. So that's my one thing that I've been doing. And last year I did run for city council. Don, who just left, beat me for Ward 1. But then since then, I've been appointed to planning and zoning for the city. I obviously applied for the fair board here with the county. And I will say that, you know, planning and zoning is not going to be as much fun as a destruction derby or looking at beef. But as a friend of mine told me, he said, don't go in there planning on making any friends. He said, because that's very unlikely. He said, but it is an important role of the community and somebody needs to fill it. And I like to be involved in my community and feel that I play an important role in it. And although I may be a city resident, obviously the city doesn't exist with the county and vice versa. There is a lot of tie-in there. So I think that as a city resident, I can probably be a benefit to the county and to the commissioners.
Okay. One of the things that I think you're aware of is the land use plan that we're working on right now. And as we finish that up through the next set of public meetings and into the spring, when it gets to approval, we will be following that with redoing the regulations and policies for land use planning in Park County, which may take up to another year process. Removing some that we don't need, maybe adding some new ones, we don't know yet. But with that process, planning and zoning will be intimately involved with what happens with those regulations. So it will mean some added meetings over the next year or so. It could mean, you know, your normal monthly meeting is always full of great things, but then there may be some 1 or 2 work sessions a month that would be added to the normal meeting. Is there any problem with the time commitment from you?
No, I think that would probably make my wife happy because I'm planning on retiring this year. Although we haven't set the date yet, it'll probably be about the middle of this year. And currently, you know, my Tuesdays are planning and zoning, Cody Cupboard, planning and zoning are 3 of them. So the more time I think I can be out of the house and out of her hair, she'd appreciate it.
Okay, appreciate that. So it won't be a problem.
No, it will not.
Okay. I think we have a few questions for you. I don't know who wants to start. Okay.
Madam Chair, just I'm asking everyone the same thing. With the current planning and zoning, is there anything that stands out to you that needs fixed that you'd like to see different? Or are you just interested in being part of it?
Yeah, I don't have a personal goal or an objective. If there was anything that I can say is bad or is negative or positive about it, you know. I've lived in places where we've had all types of regulations, everything from rural areas where houses had to be on a minimum of 2 acres of land and all kinds of other things, you know. But I don't have anything in particular with the one that's here, you know. I'm looking forward to really sitting down and diving into the draft of the plan and seeing what we've got looking forward to. Because again, although I'm in the city, you know, in the city limits, the city seems to always be annexing land from the county and things are always changing. And it doesn't mean that after I retire, I will stay in the city, because I have to admit I moved within the city limits because I needed high-speed internet. So I am in an area now, even though there are only 8 houses in our development, and it's a 20-some-year-old development. You know, I'm limited to 2 horses and that's it. So no political signs, no other animals, and I'd like to have a couple chickens and other things. So yeah, I do plan down the line to become a county resident.
Commissioner Stewart?
You're currently on the Cody Planning and Zoning Board.
Yes, sir.
How would you be able to separate those two based on their zoning is quite a bit different in county?
Oh, it is, yeah.
How would you be able to separate the two and not commingle it?
Well, I don't know that there necessarily is any crossover from the perspective of the things that the county P and Z deal with. Although there are different sets of rules and regulations, they're obviously applicable to the properties that are outside of the city limits, where if there's a requirement for the city regulations, they only apply within the city limits. So I don't know that there is really any crossover there from that perspective.
Well, I guess maybe I've worded that not quite the way I wanted, but do you see one side, for instance, you see the county planning and zoning and what you do there influencing possibly your decisions on the county side of things or vice versa?
That's a fair question. I would say at the moment, no. But in the future, yeah, there are some possibilities, because again, there are obviously a lot of interdependencies there. And I think it depends on what the changes are that are going to be proposed for the county. But really, at this point in time, they do operate as separate entities, and I don't see that I would treat them differently.
Commissioner two?
Dan, thanks for applying. You, as Commissioner Overfield mentioned, the land use plan. That's been happening for over a year now. Have you attended any of the meetings and been involved or reviewed the current draft that is out?
I have the draft actually printed out at home on my desk, which is a healthy document. So I've skimmed it, but no, I have not attended any of the meetings to answer your question. I've watched and followed it closely in the enterprise and downloaded all the drafts, and everything was available as we moved along.
Okay. And where would you prioritize private property in development, planning and zoning?
Well, I think that private property is one of the great benefits that we have as American citizens. And I think that Wyoming is one of the states where your personal rights and your personal properties are very important to us as citizens. So I rank that very high on my level of priorities. You know, again, I purchased a home that's in a development. So those requirements that are there and those restrictions on my property, I knew them when I bought the property. You know, I'm not happy with them, but obviously I made that agreement when I purchased the property to do them. But someone coming along later and trying to change that, I would have a hard time with that.
Thanks for applying again.
No problem.
I think you
sir.
just like the interview process.
Well, if you don't select me, you'll probably find
You're a
out.
crazy person.
It's not a threat.
Do you feel that you have maybe a unique maybe expertise that you could add to the county planning and zoning?
I wouldn't say from experience making decisions that directly affect planning and zoning. But I think, as I mentioned to you when we discussed the history of the Fair Board, I've always welcomed a challenge and a difficult challenge to being able to address it. I've tried to be very fair, open, and vocal and try to understand everybody. And I think that I'm an effective communicator and a good team builder. So I think those would be the skills that I would bring to the planning and zoning for the county.
Good.
Any other questions from the commissioners right now? Do you have any questions for us?
Nope, I presume you will make your decision sometime today, and Molly will get the luxury, the great job of calling and telling somebody that they were accepted or not accepted. So no, I don't really know.
Plan if we get there.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
appreciate you coming in.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Again, I appreciate the opportunity and good to see everybody, and welcome to your new position. You're welcome. All righty. See you later. Bye.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move we move into executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Hey,
Opposed? Oh, sorry, Steve, it's been coming up and down.
And was Brian planning on coming back in?
I think so. Yeah, I don't know that we need it, but should have it. Thank you. Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Brian Edwards, County Attorney and Public Works Department, obviously with Travis. The first thing that we've got is CMAR proposal selection, Powell landfill heavy equipment maintenance shop. Then we will be talking about request to use ARPA funds for road materials for road and bridge division maintenance projects. And the third will be the HVAC contract discussion. Does that work, Brian?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Is that? Throw me off. Don't take much. I was just giving you a hard time. Okay, so as you know, last Tuesday, we received and opened proposals for CMAR services for the Powell landfill heavy equipment shop. And we received 5 proposals from Roadhouse Construction, Fowler Construction, Diamond Point, and Sletton Construction, and then Caspar Building Systems, Casper with an A. Out of Casper. Since that time, we formed a review committee, which consisted of representatives from Buildings and Grounds, Landfill Division, Road and Bridge Engineering, so Public Works, and then the other commissioners. Commissioner Till served on that committee as well. So, and what I guess I gave you there is you can see the summary of the price side of it. But we wanted to emphasize that the pricing was a pretty small percentage of the overall scoring. The selection process basically looked at qualifications and experience, cost, represented project examples, the strength of the project team, project approach, the schedule, looked at references, and then there was 5 points for Wyoming preference and 5 points for Park County preference, totaling up to be 100. So anyway, with the 6 people, we interviewed every single one of all 6 or 5 of the candidates. And we had just a fantastic group of candidates. We were really impressed. The scoring was very close. I think any one of them could probably do a pretty good job. And all of our references, I think, were about all pretty positive for all of them. We split up the references and all called references, and everything was pretty favorable. So anyway, as you can see, looking down through the scoring, the highest score in terms of average, the highest average score was Fowler Construction here out of Cody. And really you can see the top 3 were pretty close, separated by I think 4. Pretty close, 4 points. And really with the 5% preference, the firm out of Casper would have probably been selected. They had the highest score on everything, but they didn't get the extra 5 points. So that was the difference. But really everybody was in there pretty close, especially our top 3 were very close. Our top 3 were separated by 4 points. So pretty competitive. But at this time, again, not emphasizing anything on price, because really the things that matter right now are the fee for the cost of the design phase services, which for Fowler Construction would be $3,000. And that's kind of a lump sum estimate. And then the 10% fee for the CMAR during construction, which that's based on a negotiation of a guaranteed maximum price that we'll come up with after we've got a design. So at this time, I think we're fairly unanimous. I want to say we had 4 out of the 6 people picked Fowler. So I think that was pretty telling. They were either first or second place for everybody. So anyway, we'd like to recommend that Fowler be awarded this contract, and we would just present a contract and get the commissioners and county attorney to look it over.
Pleasure of the board. Commissioner?
Madam Chair, I want to concur with Brian. I believe that Fowler in this situation is the better candidate. They had it been a little more bigger, complicated, maybe one of the other firms might have been there. Back to the payment procurement policy of the 5%. It's possible we could save a little bit with the Casper firm, but we know Fowler will be using pretty much most of it themselves. The majority of it they will do themselves as opposed to subcontractors. And what subcontractors they do have, they will be using local county. Casper would do majority of their work themselves as well, with bringing crews in from out of county. So I concur with the committee of Fowler being the best choice for this.
Madam Chair, did they ever mention anything about any delays, hard getting equipment, hard getting supplies?
Madam Chair, and they were all pretty close. And I will say, as far as if my memory serves me correct, that was a criteria on our scoring. And I believe Fowler was actually the fastest of all 5 firms to, they have dealer Butler, correct, if I'm correct? Butler, yeah. Buildings, and with their franchise dealership, they were the quickest for the supply of the steel building.
Any further, or is there recommendation from the board?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we award the contract to Fowler Construction.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to award the contract for CMAR services for the Powell Heavy Equipment Shop to Fowler Construction. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next item was the request to consider using some of the ARPA funds that the county has available for use in purchasing road materials. And I guess something that we'd like to, offer to the commissioners from the Road and Bridge Division is that we're not asking for something that would be, additional above and beyond our normal operations. We think that right now, with just uncertainty of pricing, economy, we're thinking that the prices aren't going to go down or get any better. You just never know. But we think we have an opportunity where we could purchase quite a bit of material at 3 locations. We're thinking somewhere in Powell, at the Cody North Pit, and then at Andy Martin. We'd like to purchase 50,000 tons at each location. So that'd be 150,000 tons. We estimated ballpark $8 a ton, but I think with that volume, we could probably improve on that. So, and that basically would take $200,000-300,000 out of our annual budget every year, that for the next 5 years that we won't have to have. So it's basically a cost avoidance in the future, pay now or pay later. And we're hoping with the big volume that we produce, and we've seen that before when we had a similar amount produced at Andy Martin, we had quite a bit of interest, including, some pretty big contractors from out of county with some good volume-based pricing. So we think this would be a good use of that money that could pay back over the next 4 or 5 years.
And so I didn't do any kind of math. What's your estimate total of the dollars that we would be setting aside?
It's about 1.2 billion if I did my math right.
This would have to be out of the new ARP money, that is general fund monies, that are not restricted in any way. We can use those on anything that normally would come out of general fund, which is normally what his budget does each year. So it just would indicate a savings ahead of those annual budgets.
Madam Chair. Going in, I think several of us are on the same page of whatever we spend this on, we don't want it to increase expenses down the road for the county. And I feel that this is a very good example of not doing that. It's as good as money in the bank. And I actually made some calls. I wasn't 100% on board when we brought this up as far as the volume, simply because it might actually kick out some of our local contractors, but 50,000 ton is not anything over and above. It may bring in a little more competition, but it's nothing that the local crusher contractors can't handle.
150,000.
Yes, but it would be in 3 different locations,
Okay.
3 different separate proposals, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so we would
So-
price that where we could go
Yeah.
either way.
So anyway, I think it's a really good deal. I don't know if we need to make a decision on this, allocating it at this point in time. I'm in favor of it, but I'm just saying, down the road, if whatever we decide here as a board, I think this is exactly where this money needs to be spent.
I don't believe we have to make a decision on it this month. I let you guys know that Steve is rebuilding that file, and we could have that file ready by the first meeting in March to look at everything that we've talked about or looked at for this art money on both art money levels. This is actually, there's a couple of things coming into play here. We have the other request out in the grant for a 2 million match on the lagoons. We have the HVAC system, which is going to use basically everything we've got in the COVID art money left. And then we'll have to take a look at this. But if we waited until the first meeting in March, it may give us a whole picture of what we've got sitting there. If that's okay and that works.
I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
One thing I guess to keep in mind, again, I think the March deadline would work just fine, is part of what we were thinking too is trying to get ahead of the construction
Sure.
season too. With now's a good time that most crushers and people aren't too tied up.
Well, let's just go ahead and put it on the March 7th agenda then for a decision. By then, we'll have that other information out to you all.
And I think he's answered. Is there a prime time where we would want to, like, is there a prime time would save us the most money? Like, I think getting availability early, because everybody wants things during the summer when tied to construction projects. But I know we try to get like chips and gravel and some of that done during the winter. So, anytime fourth quarter through first quarter is pretty good time for us. So yeah, March would be great.
Okay. All right. We'll put that on the agenda.
Okay.
The third thing that you had was a little bit of a change on the HVAC situation.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is kind of a late change. It was something, and I apologize, I didn't print my own email that I sent you that had the summary, that because I can't provide too much of an explanation without getting way over my head. But this is for the courthouse project, the building automation systems.
Mhm.
So that part of it, which Long Building Technologies has the contract to do that. And you might recall when we hired them to do that project, and when we put that up for proposals, there was an alternative proposal that was submitted, and it had to do with timing of when certain equipment's replaced and some that could be reused and whatnot. So when they did that, there was some information that got left out or inadvertently was left out, and it had to do with the balancing for those existing items. And again, if you have Jack's little explanation, that was probably the best explanation. But essentially, they've got a contract for $359,530, and this would add $32,786.50 to bring the contract to $392,316.50. And this is basically testing and balancing type information that helps make sure when we're all done, everything's, we have something to kind of measure against. That's the best way I could describe it.
Okay, he talks about 2 reasons for doing that: to match and confirm capacities with the boilers and chillers, and to document existing conditions and avoid post-construction disagreements.
And like I say, it was in the original scope and just somehow
got left out.
Got left out of the last go around.
It's a
So
pleasure.
Madam Chair, Brian, is this has already been done?
They've done some of it. They did some of the things that was and I can't tell you what exactly they did, and I can send you what we do have for a balance report, but they didn't do that's part of where they found it. There's other things that they didn't have.
I understand all except for the last sentence. It's in parentheses on his explanation. Can you enlighten me there? It says it was an oversight that we permitted the reduced scope to also reduce this effort.
Yeah, so what he's saying is basically, we had that in there when we reduced the scope. This part didn't get covered, and it was mainly what Long said and what they proposed in their proposal, but the alternate, it didn't have this in it. So basically it was in there to start with on the big scope, but on the alternate scope, it was not included. So it's not included in their current contract. So they'd had some limited balancing, testing and balancing, but it wasn't the full testing and balancing.
I'm no expert in this, but we're gonna have to do this all over again with the new system, and that's where I didn't quite understand other than CYA, if you will, because I don't want to.
That's what it is. It's a big part of that.
Okay.
Having a baseline that we can come back to. It's a big facility, a lot of different moving units to make sure everything's, so we have something to start with.
Almost seems like a waste to me, but I'm not in that profession, to do a test to find out where you're at when you already know you're replacing the whole damn system.
It's mainly, I think there's parts of it that you have a lot of people that are used to things a certain way too. And if you can come back later and say, this is what it tested out as, this pressure, this flow, this temperature. And after construction, you're still at that same point, that same range. And I think that's part of it, but I think it's also a testing of, locations of duct work and units. I think I don't completely understand it all, but it is somewhat redundant that this is a before testing, and that when it's all done, there will be follow-up balance testing.
And this is fairly normal.
Fairly normal, and he said, I thought the cost seemed high, but he said based on that cost per square foot, I forget what we got, 60,000 square feet or 59, whatever he said. He thought that it was pretty reasonable cost.
The balance and that balancing is it done by Long as well?
It's actually somebody that they contract with.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I figured they had.
It's a kind of a separate.
And I wish I knew who that was, but
it's like a specialty.
It's a specialty thing, yes.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know if we'd have caught it on the front end when they're already, whether it's just something that when they gave the report back, like, whoa, I'm missing this, and this, and it was not. It's not included in the proposal.
Do we need an action to?
Yes, we're increasing the amount of the contract, so yes.
It's changed. And because it's more than, I think that works out to be more than 5%. So that's, I guess, what I usually do is we bring that per our procurement to you for approval.
So you consider this change order one?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully there's no more. There is a lot of skeletons in this old project, so.
You get by with none, without any more, you're doing.
So I feel too.
Madam Chair, move to increase the contract for EDA of $32,786.50 as a change order for balancing in their contract. I believe it'll.
Madam Chair, just point of clarification. So you said EDA, the contract is actually Long Building Technologies.
Change order.
Sorry. Okay.
Because we do have a separate agreement with EDA on professional services.
Okay. You second? Is that what you said?
So with this, if I.
Go ahead.
Is there a second?
Yeah, Scott.
If I could ask then, what is this spreadsheet that I'm looking at that has their EDA? They're the one requesting it.
So.
Are they collect it and then give it to Long or what?
No, it says contact EDA engineering, I think.
No.
That's on the spreadsheet, Park County DAS. I'm pretty sure that the ones that prepared this was Long's. I got this through Jack with EDA, but I think it just says contact is EDA, okay. Jack Hollinger. So this all came through them, and in fact, EDA and we've had engineering associates involved too. I've prepared the change order, but I'm 99% sure that spreadsheet came from Long's. Break out of their labor and expenses.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
on change order one, it says right there that the attachment A is a proposal from Long Technologies.
There you go.
Okay. So I changed my motion from EDA to Long.
Yeah.
Building Technology.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
And just a clarification, just separation of roles, engineering design associates, they're like our third party engineering consultant. They're responsible charge. They're the experts in this field that we hired to make sure.
Yeah, I saw that too.
And then Long Technologies is the contractor for the building automation system, and there'll be a follow-up contract for actual replacing, installing the units
When we get there.
when we get there.
Okay.
Much bigger project.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Brian.
That's why I would should say move to approve. Let them sort it out.
Yes. I'm still not 100% sure, but what
Well, you look up on top.
EA takes the money, they give you 10%, and then they give back your 275
I like.
to Long.
See, I think Long's, yes, they're like 10% cut. So they
Either way, we're spending 32,000, right?
That's all we
At
have
your
on P&Z.
discretion.
Okay, that's all we have on P&Z. Okay, and Scott, I know. Never mind. They don't listen to me.
You do.
Take care.
Okay.
Go take care of that trash.
Hey,
At least you get a snow cover out there, we'll see it.
Yeah.
That's right. Harder.
Looks good now. Take
Oh,
it down.
Say your flag.
Your new posse still? Still?
Yeah, still with the snow.
Those white plastic bags. get
Thanks,
in there,
Brian.
so.
They do. Have a good one.
Let me know
Is
if
he
it's,
ducking out?
yeah, he has to be.
Did he leave any coffee on?
Yeah, I just talked to him about
Huh?
some of it, yes.
I gotta go take care of my handy boy.
So funny. Hey, coming from
the guy that has some.
Oh, we've actually got a little bit of a break here. And we'll get going again.
You wanna tackle P&Z appointment?
We
Not very
can.
good.
Oh, very good.
Okay.
Well, I'm,
What's that?
Are you still over there?
Always have been. I stayed where I was at that long.
I like
Slow learner.
I like Randy and I like Dan.
We had 4 applications for planning and zoning: Randall Bailey, Randy Meyer, Dan Shine, and Richard Jones. So,
I'm going between Randy and Dan. I think both would be.
I like, well, yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I like Randy. I guess being out in the county.
Who was your
county
other one?
road and
Dan.
Dan Shine.
The one from Pennsylvania?
Mhm.
I like Randy because he had a lot more experience already.
Working with planning and zoning from where he used to live. Yeah, it's pretty good experience.
That's what I put down.
That's who I like.
What's that?
But Randy.
He was your pick?
I need a motion if we're gonna keep moving here. Go ahead.
You sure?
I'm
I
positive.
can't just say so moved.
No, Colleen's not here.
Can't do anything. Now we can.
She turned I don't know if she turned the recorder off or not.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
You've been replaced.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move to appoint Randy is it Mayor?
Mayor.
To Planning and Zoning Commission.
A second.
I moved and seconded to appoint Randy Mayor to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, Colleen, we just decided to keep moving.
I screwed up again, Colleen, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Just started.
I thought, my agenda said break, so that's where I went.
Where does it say?
3:05.
3:05, yeah, now the break is happening.
Well, have to use the restroom.
When you gotta go, you gotta go. We come back at 3:15, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, well, they might make
You go
a
cover
decision
the-
without you.
No, they can. That'd be even great. Better.
Getting slimmer to be able to make the decisions around here. All right, that part's done.
Loan Scott a hearing aid battery. Not you, Scott, this Scott.
Oh, I'm gonna need some. Too
Oh,
much,
yeah, everybody loves the Costco ones.
Best thing I ever did.
I'd say I had too much shooting over the years.
Huh?
Too much shooting.
What?
What?
Stop.
Did you know who you're in today? No.
Was he from your first pick?
It's fine, and Scott was fine. And he left me kind of his thoughts.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he? The bar told her say anything about would not be back. No, really?
Should say.
I didn't know.
It's bad now, it's gonna be bad. I mean, it'll be light.
Yeah, yeah.
It's part of this personality. But it's just. Period.
I know, I remember for much, I kind of, it's like. Do
you know this person?
I don't.
And I had to. So I'll immediately go get the snow blower out and start with it.
It's clear for the wind, it's gonna be clear. Yeah. Yeah. What's out of the northeast, pretty good at the southwards.
Hmm.
It was nice up there yesterday. Oh, it was gorgeous yesterday. There was gorgeous yesterday. It was. Today I've got 3.5 foot in front of my shop.
Oh.
That was the side shop.
That's kind of what I was looking at lunch, between the house and the trees, it was like, oh.
Hurry.
We're still sitting on 2.5 foot that we've had for 2 months.
I know, right?
Just doesn't blow.
I was talking to Ben, over Pitchfork. And he's just, man, we need a good one with this wind.
Well, you know what's crazy is I went to go in Saturday or Sunday morning to gas up in Matisse. Snowing like crazy up there and then not blowing at all until you hit the Grable River Road, man. All that wind coming down Grable. Our problem is the roads around the place have not melted. So it just keeps getting slick and they get more snow on top and it's good for a while and then until it gets slick again.
That's where our driveway is.
And cheer on the snow because then it's not as slick anymore.
Exactly. Russ, you can come on up to the hot seat if you want.
Make yourself comfortable.
Quick enough.
They were laughing when I told them 25 minutes ago when they left the county building, like, you're gonna be late. You're gonna be late because the roads stink.
Give him a few minutes. No, he's not, but you're waiting for some others. Get here or not.
If they make it, they make it. If
We'll give it a couple more minutes and see if they get here. We're at 3:11, so we said 3:15. No, Scott Mangold is not coming back.
Oh, they don't have first names. It's Mangold or
Stewart, okay.
I can give them other names if you want.
But it's, I gotta know what I'm referencing.
One of the nicest things I've ever been called.
Yeah, the first set of minutes I did in January, I was like, oh, shoot, Scott was that.
Yeah.
The recording.
Hi, Richard.
Okay, now I have my notes prepared.
Well, if you're good, we can get going.
I think Carmen's gonna be, I think Carmen should just stay at home with the kids.
Oh, geez. Okay.
So,
Next we have Squire with Cody Conservation District. We had a lengthy phone conversation and talked about a few things that they're in need of and what the possibilities are out there. And so if he wants to just go over some of that a little bit, we're maybe looking at a request for some art funds.
I'm assuming you guys have all had a chance to read the proposition I sent to Commissioner Oldfield, Chairman. The $1 figure we did not have that I communicated with Hans about it. It's about $15K for the mill levy mail-in ballot.
Okay.
We continue to use what we can and multiply what we have. We've taken the office space you've given us and brokered that into, this year, little over this previous year, a little over $380,000 worth of grants coming in kind or otherwise. A lot of it's volunteer time from the supervisors to match some of those funds. The funds we're asking for would not be for us to sit on our laurels, which I think we've shown previously we don't, but to help us further amplify what we can do and to give us a little longevity. We recently, our employee, we're in a search for another employer because our Brittany recently left because she found a job that was it was in conservation and it was 5 years worth of funding. And we deal with a year-to-year grant funding, and that's a little bit stressful for a new family to deal with. So that would help. The money from you guys and the ability to do the mill levy would help. Number one, initially with this year's worth of funding, and we might even be able to carry that over for a period of probably 2 years because we have a offer from another partner agency in the county with the Nature Conservancy to partially fund a position if we can come up with some money to fund the rest of it. So that would give us somebody to help in NRCS do some projects with the big game fencing initiative and get some people out there on the ground walking fence and certifying fencing. So we have a lot of opportunities. We just don't have the funds to seize on a lot of the opportunities. Which is why we've held off asking for funds previously to show that we're capable of doing some stuff without asking for help. We're to the point now where I think we need a little bit of help. And we would like a shot to ask the mill levy question without opposing taxes. So it's an isolated issue, which is there is a downside to us asking for the mill levy because it cannot be done. It cannot be done for a period of 12 months from the previous one. So it has to be done in the November timeframe, which then precludes us from asking in the following year at all. So we are aware of that. But we'd like to see it as the ability to ask for up or down on just that issue.
You're talking about a mail out ballot. So that's part of this. That's the 15,000 that you mentioned. The other thing in the conversation that you and I had, somewhat that grants for conservation districts seems to me much simpler if you're asking for equipment or materials than they are asking for salary things, that's kind of hard to come up with.
Yeah, the salary is difficult to, it factors in somewhat, but it's really difficult because it's all reimbursable. So even though they might reimburse you some of your employee time, it's past the point of the employee working. So you sort of got to pay your employee. There's some crazy law about paying employees when they work. But
I try getting around it.
so that we do get to bring in a little backfill, which again would let us use this 67,000 we ask for a longer period of time, because we do ask for administrative fees and stuff when we do a grant, but it's just always post the grant being executed.
The other thing you mentioned is it's hard to go after some of the grants if you don't have somebody on staff doing that.
Yes, that is.
That it's hard to chase any of those if there's not anybody doing the work, and you guys do a lot of field stuff, but not necessarily the day to day.
Well, we help where we can.
Mhm.
Carmen is
Mhm.
part-time right now. She came on when Brittany left to cover some of the slack, but was our water coordinator,
Mhm.
and Brittany was the education outreach specialist. So she did a lot of classroom public stuff. So now we're having to have Carmen backfill some of that, and we're trying to help out. We've got Bobby Holder, who does awesome with. So, but
Cool.
It's all the supervisors have to be volunteer time. So it's everybody's got a life, and sometimes earning money to pay your home bills runs into your volunteer time.
True. If we look at this request, this is new money. It's not the COVID related money, so it would be general fund funds if we determine to do this. Just so you're aware of which account we're looking at.
Madam Chair, that we'll have all that in front of us at the first meeting in March, correct?
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Yes, we will. Any thoughts for us on the request? We have two things, the 67,000 on the employee things and 15,000 on the mail out ballot, which is the estimate from the elections office. Thoughts?
I'm sure my thoughts, I think we can support this, I do, but given what we've talked about earlier from other requests, we're going to, Molly is currently developing and Dossie a spreadsheet, basically, if you will, as to what money is available, what's been requested, what we anticipate. We know the county has some expenses. It's a lot of money, but in relationship to the ARPA funds that were received, I mean, it's pretty minor, but I would like to look at the full spreadsheet before making a decision.
Okay.
If there's a way that we can squeeze 5-minute decision in on the March meeting, just like we did the other ones,
March 7th.
I don't know if that's probably not what you wanted to hear today, but that's where I feel today.
Okay. And I don't want to take credit for any of that spreadsheet stuff. It's Steve Baumeister that's putting it together for us.
Is it Colleen?
Molly's been helping.
Did I leave you out?
Steve Baumeister, yeah. And Molly's been giving him input, but I didn't anything to do it. So, yeah, the thought process, we had a discussion a little earlier. We have a couple requests for some ARPA funds. Some are maybe old money and some are new money, and we need to sort that out. And commissioners haven't really looked at the spreadsheet right now to know exactly where we're at on those funds. So we are hoping that spreadsheet is done, and he pretty much said it would be done by March 7th. So we can take a look at everything and make a determination of where the funds might come from.
Okay.
Okay.
And even though, 67,000 out of 6.5 million isn't a big deal, but when we already maybe have 7 million requested, that might be, anyway, I just would like to see where it's all going. One thing that I know that I'm going to be I don't want to spend it on something that will grow. What you're going to do with it may sustain you it's going to be a Band-Aid fix for a short time, but hopefully in a couple of years, you can have different pathways to move forward, because
Right.
I don't see us being able to do this even every 2 years, moving forward. I don't.
Madam Chair, that's why we really appreciate the opportunity to up or down on the mill levy individually.
Okay.
I think it would. I think based on the numbers, I think it would pass. If it wasn't bounced up against a bunch of other taxes, because everybody knows in Park County, you bounce 3 tax proposals up and they're all going to get voted down unless one's got a really good reason. So,
Well, I think the other thing that comes to mind for me, and certainly believe you guys do great work, but we need to do a little better job of promoting what you do. And making sure that's out there this summer and before any kind of an election again, is that promotion and education of the people within your.
we've done a mailing. We still run into people though that, they exist. I don't think they exist anymore. So, but we've done a lot of, in the last year and a half with Brittany, we've done a whole lot of public stuff, public access stuff, just talking to people. But again, some of we run into, we're not going to be at we weren't at the Home and Garden Show, or maybe that's coming up anyway, because we don't have the funding. We don't have the money to write the check.
Okay.
So, and the money we have is specifically tied to, has to be used for
Grant requests.
Yeah. So we're really tight on what we can use it for.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
I just want to add, I really appreciate what you guys they work very close with the Powell College for Conservation, and they do a lot of joint efforts, and you deserve a lot of their credit as well. So thank you for reaching out and working together with neighboring conservation districts.
Any other comments, concerns? Don't necessarily need to be here on the 7th. We have the information and we'll just be going through that spreadsheet and see where we're at to make it.
We'll have at least one supervisor here for you, just in case you have other questions.
Okay. Molly can let you know what time then.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Jim.
Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you. Many are planning on leaving here, are you today?
Well, we were hoping.
I come from Cox and stuff down the ocean. Well, I came down from Norfolk this morning and I had 4 inches of snow when I left.
What time to leave?
About 10.
Good, yeah.
But it's all wet. It's that snowball stuff. It means that tonight it's gonna freeze in solid ice. So, good luck. Is it supposed to get cold?
You think?
It doesn't matter. Here, no matter what. Thank you.
See ya. We need to wait for Mr. Sport anyway.
Oh.
Right?
You do, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3:30 is exact.
Sorry, Steven.
Oh, I'm heading out now. I
Okay.
don't need to stay for
Don't even come back.
Yeah, we don't expect.
I just feel your letter.
Yeah, I'll deal with that.
Where are you parked?
Over by the school.
That black truck out here, I'll give you the door code and the keys are in the console.
Want to start it for you?
I can't do nobody start.
That's me. It's just started right here.
That's why I forgot my remote.
See ya.
You don't have it on your phone? It's not an app on your phone?
Mine's not that new.
Oh.
Mine isn't either, but it's right here.
Mine doesn't have a remote start.
I don't.
Does
think mine does. I don't think it reaches.
The Durango doesn't, the truck does,
Oh,
but the Durango doesn't.
really?
He didn't worry about that on mine. He got it on his truck.
You can do aftermarket on those.
Well, I might have to.
And I mean,
Keep up with these
phone
winners.
if you got Wi-Fi or cell signal.
Is it aftermarkets?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I found out.
And you're
one time
staying in
years ago
town
that when
still.
you start that with the remote, it kicks on whatever your settings were.
Oh,
So if you haven't driven it for a couple days and it's really cold out, you might have had your
Air conditioner.
or your cooled way down.
oh,
Let's get mine.
I'll tell you what, that one of mine though has got that rapid heat. So in 2 minutes it's warm.
Oh, yeah, mine.
That rapid heat's ready to go.
Can't see it.
No, but
You cannot.
Hit your horn,
window.
yeah.
hit your horn button. And then if it works, you didn't know your remote worked.
Yeah, so this one's pretty touchy. I'm gonna
See,
check.
mine, you have to honk it twice before you can.
Yeah, this one you just got one time.
I should probably have 2 seconds, I'll go into the stairs and do that, am I right?
That's fine. I'll be the only one with a cold vehicle when I leave, but yeah.
Dustin and Jenny used to own Rogers Sports Center. His truck, new Ford of his, he can start it and he can control the heat and everything from the phone. And that's factory.
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
I think Todd's truck is like that, my son's truck.
That's the way I did this, it didn't work.
So you can't do that with my old truck, 'cause you gotta go out there and pump the heck out of it, you know. Spark rate. Pump it. It's like I just went and registered 5 brand new side by sides. They're not cheap ones, but
Is now.
Sam May stopped the other day and I rolled my window down on the side by side. Because you've got to be kidding me. Electric windows.
Electric windows and a
I
side
go,
by
yeah,
side.
but we got short change because the back ones, so you gotta roll them down.
Yeah. Did you go start your truck?
But Bluetooth
Yeah, mine
stereo.
didn't. I had to start it from there.
Of course, it only ran for 5 minutes, I think. and then-
Mine's 15. You can go in and do them. I got mine at 15.
Oh, yeah.
It's 10 and then it should.
But I don't think it's not that cold out there. I can see there's about that much snow on the truck.
How much?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not bitter as cold, that's coming.
Tonight and tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow night.
Yeah.
It's the high tomorrow too.
Do we have any other meetings this week? I have to look at my calendar at home. I don't.
We have what this week?
Any other meetings?
Oh.
I'm
You
forgetting.
said menus. I was like,
Bighorn Avenue. No, that's.
See what my calendar says.
Library board,
have fun.
Albertsons, Bighorn Avenue. That's about it.
What's Albertson's big one down in?
Well, Albertsons is their ribbon cutting. Scott's not sure he can stay because he has to go to basketball, so I told him I'd go over.
Oh,
And then Bighorn Avenue is the public meeting on the study with Stan Tech for Whiteout.
So should I show up and give them my solution?
No.
Yes.
Huh? You know what my solution is to Bighorn Avenue? You wait till the first kid get hit. And then you take pictures and put it out in the school and say, don't be this kid. Watch before you cross.
It might work, but no.
Scared straight.
Scared straight. Yep, sure enough.
It's not the kids crossing the street, it's the damn drivers we have nowadays. Just saying.
You know, the other night, the crossing that's out there now, the yellow light, something went wrong and it ran for almost 24 hours. But we left the basketball game Saturday night at 7, whatever. And it's flashing yellow. Rob's the only car out of 6 that even slowed down to see if there was anybody there crossing the street. And it ran till Sunday afternoon. It still flashed yellow. Well, when you do things like that, people start not looking.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
so there's a catch 22
They
there.
never see it out here.
That's those are.
We got that run over lunchtime.
Yeah.
Well, and I was talking to the Whiteout guys and they said, this one damn sure wouldn't work on Bighorn because of the speed of how fast you can drive on it. They said those yellow ones with that are flashing off to the side, the higher speeds, they don't work. But that one that I was seeing on across Grand Avenue in Laramie, it's a red light. And if there's a red light in your lane, you'll stop.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and what they have proposed out here eventually, not this yellow flasher, but the other, the upgrade with the overhead bar, that has that ability and stuff, but that's 2 years out. They're gonna leave, well, year and a half out, they're gonna leave this here, if everything goes right, leave this similar to the way it is right now. Till they can get that funding through the new bill or through Safe Routes to Schools and put the other one in. But they can't, Whiteout can help get the grants, but they cannot do it. Because the warrants don't justify it and they can't make it a school zone until warrants justify it. But they do agree that there can be a school designated crossing there. And then they will count for warrants and eventually if they get enough people crossing there, then they can put in the school zone with the flashers at the end. But
Some of
until
the
then,
rules are just sucky. I'm
well,
stupid, yeah.
they need to be more site specific than what they are. This whole general thing about warrants is crazy. But yet, the four-way or the light at Blackburn does not meet warrant, but they're putting it in 2 years early.
Yeah, that's what he told me. So, well, we're putting that light in Blackburn, so that's not gonna do any good for the school.
No.
Well, it'll slow traffic down, so.
Stoplight?
Yeah.
How many times have they had that in there now?
Oh, it's,
No, but they put one in there years ago, then took it out. Like back in the 80s.
oh, really? At Blackburn and the Powell Highway?
Yeah.
Oh,
Madam Chair, we go into executive session.
Second.
Like the one over here. How many times have they put that and taken it out over the years?
it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session. Any discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.